Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. Second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. I've got very little to say today. I've had the first real test, the first official test of my of sleeping through the night. In that, not thinking about gaming this last night was a little difficult. I managed it, but regularly, when I woke up, my mind, instead of thinking about stories or other stuff, would start thinking about plans for my next game, my next session of The Last Starship. Mainly because I got to do some redesigning. But yeah, so that was interesting. Um yeah. Alrighty, today's being Tuesday. This morning it is Read and Corex. I am going to start that now because I'm back to having 6 or 7. The goal is to get 7 chapters in, which takes kind of the entire morning. So I don't want to waste time. For those who are new to this is when I read chapters from one of my stories and I correct them as I go. Because I record this, I will be ignoring the chat while this is happening, and whatever is said in the chat will be addressed when I'm done. So I am going to apologies, start this by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will be confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 1 of Mind Your Step. Tib studied his reflection in the sheet of water before him. His eyes were the blue of water and the orange red of fire. But, there's no but. The two swirling together. He channeled wood along with water, and the red was replaced with green. The pull to do something about the trees increased, but didn't overwhelm him this time. Being able to channel two elements hadn't been as surprising as how they affected him with their personalities when their personalities were aligned. He might have learned to remain himself when water made him want to soothe everything and everyone, and when wood had him wanting to grow everyone and everything. But when both of the desires had hit him, he'd lost himself in fixing this part of the forest until exhaustion took him and he channeled purity to deal with that and return to himself. Why he could do this at all had baffled them. There had been nothing new before the fight with his old teacher, Alistair. He hadn't had an audience that might explain it, and he'd figured audiences couldn't be the cause until he'd gone over how his abilities with essence had developed. The mistake he'd made in working it out was to assume things happened in eighths. He'd thought that because nothing had happened when he'd gained fire, the fourth element water had told him to get, it was only after He'd thought that because nothing had happened when he'd gained fire, the fourth of the elements water had told him to get. It was only after the eighth element that he discovered he could channel any of the elements he'd had audiences with. It had meant that he shouldn't have gained anything until he was at 16 elements. The thought that he'd always been able to do this had crossed his mind, but the trick he'd pulled with Alistair had been the same he'd pulled against the them. If he could have done that, with 8 elements, it would have happened then. And then he'd remembered that something had happened after he'd gained fire. I need to re-change that. Something. Okay. And then he'd remembered that something had happened after he'd gained fire, something he'd grown so used to now that he hardly thought about it as having an element. He'd become able to channel life, as well as hear Stow and Ganny. If something changed each 4 elements instead of 8, then fever made 12. So why hadn't it happened before then? Simply because until Alistair, he hadn't had to push what he could do. Just like he'd learned he could channel an element in the middle of a fight where he'd been overwhelmed. He'd learned he could channel 2 when Alistair had forced his hand. He ground his teeth at the consequences. Why couldn't his teacher just let it go? When he'd realized who he was, why couldn't he simply accept Tibbs wanted nothing to do with the guild and let him go? All the damage would have happened. He wouldn't have had to recreate the fire and water explosion, and those buildings would still be standing. He hadn't expected it to be that strong. It hadn't been with the them, but then it had just been him switching between water and fire that caused it. This had been the two mixing freely because he was channeling them both. It was Alistair's fault. The man should have let him go. He let the elements go. He had no idea how long he'd spent here learning to get a handle on how 2 elements affected him, but it had been long enough. He had places to be. He had to put more distance between him and Gisteston. Alistair was bound to try to track him. Again, he considered he should have killed his old teacher, but he'd been through that. But he still thought that would have been going too far. For as unreasonable as Alistair had been, he had done what he thought was right. He packed the little he had that had survived this stay. His experiment channeling fire and fever at the same time had been far more destructive than he thought it should have been. And the things he'd done under that influence, the influence of so much heat, he shuddered. At least there had been no people around. Over the last few days, he'd remade a set of clothing from the hides of the animals he'd killed for food. Having fever made the work of tanning much simpler. Of what he'd had before that first test, the only thing to survive were his bracers. Again, he still wasn't sure if it was because of the way Stowe and then Furman had remade them, or because he cared about them so much that even when he melted the clothing he wore, he refused to let them be affected. Charlie's map of the Smuggler's Trail hadn't survived, but he didn't need it. It had let him find the first of the wolf head marker, and with it indicating the direction the next one would be in, all he had to do was sense until the next piece of worked stone registered. He'd done that until he felt he was far enough, then had walked into the forest for his test. There was also the way the soil was packed along the trail. He couldn't see indication people traveled it, speaking of how rarely it was used and how careful Charlie's fighter had been in navigating them. At the end of each day, he ate, then walked away from his camp to test another combination of elements. There were a few more disastrous combinations, but okay, I've got combination twice. A few more disastrous ones, but his possession survived this way. It became clear that water's personality ran sufficiently opposite to most of the elements that it was the safest one to start his test with. If caring, it's no, it's not. It is. This is the possessive. Its caring balanced the pull of the others enough to remain himself. Enough remaining himself was easier. The exception were wood, earth, and purity. Wood resulted in that overly healthy part of the forest he'd left after his initial stop. He'd healed trees and animals. To heal them, he replaced wood with fever, and there water tempered its heat. Purity in water had led to a nearly militant need to soothe and calm the beasts of the forest. Looking back on it, it felt the closest to what his early days dealing with how water had affected him had been. It had meant he already knew how to think to return to himself. It had simply been harder because of Purity's need to do the work water wanted. Water and earth had resulted in him sitting for days, doing little more than being calm. Earth's need to take his time had played into water's desire for peace. The time was lost. He didn't even remember thinking. Hunger had pulled him out. He'd probably channeled Purity again, but he'd been so taken by the hunger pain, pain dealing with that had taken precedence. Purity seems to do no more than increase what the other elements wanted, making it the next easier to do his test with. The group, Tibbs sensed, had almost 30 people in it. If not for how many of them were injured, he'd walk into the forest and around them. Two had to be carried on crate, and one of them had so much corruption in them it ate at their life essence. They needed help. And they could tell him how they'd been injured. Bandits, maybe. Yeah, it's going to be probably. Bandits, probably. Although he expected such a large group would have dealt with them. Maybe they had stories he could match to others that would lead him to a new dungeon. He heard them before he saw them and called out, "Hail, traveler! Travelers, I am alone and not seeking conflict." They wouldn't believe him, but this was more about making sure they weren't surprised, which would result in aggressive reaction. The sound dropped to that of rustling as they stopped. "Advance slowly," a man called. "Keep your hands visible. We have crossbows at the ready." "I am advancing." He kept his hand away from his body, wishing he'd taken a sword before leaving the city. That would have survived. That would have survived his initial tests. Maybe. He could make a sword, but he'd yet to study a leather scabbard, so he'd have to explain the bare blade at his belt. If he picked an element, that would explain his lack of weapon, but he couldn't know how they'd react to an adventurer. This was a smuggler's trail, after all. And regardless of the reality, Bard didn't sing about people with element who didn't go out adventuring and taking down evil. Wait, what? Oh, didn't go out. Purity would immediately make him a cleric, but then he'd have to explain what he was doing alone. Those were too valuable to allow to wander without protection. So he chose none. The men and women holding crossbows became visible, and he stopped. They were among the healthier of the group, and they still looked like whatever opponents they'd gone up against had been tough. At least those injuries were visible, giving him an opening. "I know something of healing." They didn't lower their guard. "You an alchemist?" Um, She surged beyond him. No, I've just traveled the wilds on my own long enough. I picked up how to survive them. Uh, it turned out to be easier than the roads and people who disagree with how I choose to live my life. You aren't armed, the man said. Tibbs forced a chuckle. Bear decided my camp was on its land and didn't give me time to gather my things before evicting me. I've had to forage. The look they exchanged was filled with concern. And you can heal our injured? She asked. I can look at their injuries and do the best I can, but I can tell that what you need are clerics, they whispered. He didn't bother bringing their words to him. What mattered was how they'd act. They lowered their crossbow. Any help? You know what? Yeah, no. Any help will be appreciated, she said. Tibbs immediately absorbed the corruption and festering fever from all of them. He wanted to do more, especially with the two severely injured, but he couldn't pass off how he healed as natural. The effect of his purity hatching were quickly noticeable, and using fever raw to heal as he did meant it wasn't under his control, and it was painful. Yeah. While he looked over their injuries, he used the smallest of purity etching on the internal ones, increasing the chances they'd make it to the city. He took care of all but 7 with visible injuries on top of the 2 on the crates. He needed to cover those, so what he did would remain hidden long enough they wouldn't be able to object once they realized it could only have been magic. I'll need bandages, and who here has knowledge of plants? Our herbalist was killed when she looked away. Their supplies? That would have been one person who would have known how wrong the plants he picked were. With her, she gathered as we traveled. Her kit's here, but we don't know how to use it. I'll need the mortar and pestle from it. When he had the time, she'd given him the opening to ask how they'd been injured. I'll need fire and boiling water, he pointed. There's a river in that direction. I'll also need someone with a container to carry the plants. The woman they assigned him was the youngest, and, other than the 2 who had greeted him, the healthiest. She didn't question any of the decision as he picked plants. Once the cloth sack was full, they returned to a fire and cauldron of water over it, as well as a barrel filled next to them. In spite of Tibbs' previous help, the corruption had taken hold in one of the men again. They were already cleaning that wound and the others. Boil the bandages, he instructed, then set about mashing plants. He removed anything he felt would cause problem. Okay, let's go with a bit more precision. He removed the corruption and fever he felt would cause problem, leaving what he hoped was an inert pulp. He had someone take out a bandage as he applied the paste over an injury, then wrapped it. He added reading about herbalism to the list of things to study. With the right words and basic knowledge of what plants could do, it would be a good identity when he traveled on his own. The wound covered, he removed the corruption and fever that had asserted themselves. He etched small purity etchings. He didn't know what to do about the man's high temperature. It was an aspect of fever, the one it was named after, but while too much could kill, speaking with people who tended the sick had revealed that it also helped in protecting the body. He hoped that removing the problem would mean the fever would resolve itself. He used up the rest of the herbs, treating the 2 on the crates, and as he let them know he needed to get more, the young woman who'd accompanied him returned with another sack filled with the same herbs he'd gathered. He hoped that mixing them together would keep them confused about what he'd gotten so they wouldn't attempt this on their own. Torches eliminated his work by the time he started on the last of their injured, and he didn't have to act tired. I don't need the by the time. When he was done, he'd used purity etchings to ensure he didn't get so tired he revealed he was a fake, but it hadn't been a cure for the exhaustion. The steaming mug of broth a man handed him smelled wonderful after a day of rotting flesh and plants. Thank you. They gathered around the fire. The worst injured, almost so close they might become part of it. But the heat was the only thing chasing their chill away. I hope my question won't offend you, but what happened to you all? I was led to believe this trail was safe from bandits and guards. The two who had welcomed him, who seemed to be in charge, exchanged a look. No one else even acknowledged the question. It should have been safe, the woman said. It isn't my first time on this trail. 2 rainy seasons ago, the trek was uneventful. There was, the man looked away. There was what? He asked when he didn't continue. I'm going to go with Tibbs here. They exchanged a look. Another look. Stories, she said. Reports from other travelers who took this trail about seeing things. For a few years now, about the plane a week or so back. About? At the plane a few week or so back. It used to be forested in the distance back the first times I traveled this trail, but now the trees are gone, died off. It's where people claim they saw lights. Fires? You prompted in the silence. Camps? She shook her head. Stars over the ground, she said, shimmering, calling. To some, the story said, if you went, you didn't return. Called? He looked from one to another. You mean they were curious and went to investigate? Call, the man whispered. I saw it happen. People looked at them, then started walking without giving a reason. The last time I gave the group a warning about them, we still had to tie 2 of them. They kept talking about how the lights had everything they ever wanted. When they were finally far enough, they returned to themselves. All they remembered was this need to go to them. He looked at the group over the fire. By the fire. He looked over the group by the fire. It isn't what happened this time, is it? Monster, someone whispered. He didn't see who, but there was no light on the words, so they believed what they said. There had been no light on any of what they said. I don't know about that, the man said, but was cut off by the previous speaker. Stone, bigger than any wolf I've seen. Blades skipped off it. It gored Rodnik before anyone knew it was there. Lalia, he looked toward the crates. You saw what it did to her. The worst of it, the woman in charge said, was that once it injured someone, it no longer cared about them. It was as if it wanted to cause as many. It wanted to cause as many as of us to suffer as it could instead of ending it. When it grew bored, I guess, the man said, it dragged Anita away. It dragged one of the dead away? As unanimal-like as the attacks was, that was... I wish I'd been dead, a woman said. Must have been the last one. I must have been the last one uninjured by then. I was pushing it back when, without warning, it was under my shield, bit my calf. Then pulled. I hacked at it until it let go. That had been her only injury and definitely had the mark of an animal bite. She'd been the strongest looking of the group. Stone and larger than a wolf made it a dungeon-made creature. He settled his excitement. That didn't mean there was a dungeon, although the lights were difficult to explain without one, as was the pull Summit felt. Dungeon creatures could escape their dungeon. When they did, they were considered the most dangerous things around. The scholars believed that a dungeon had to make such a creature with a level of autonomy so they could consider escaping. Stowe's dogs were like that, made by him, but behaving as any dog would. It was how he'd been able to bribe them with jerky. Otherwise, they'd been extremely dangerous. One of them escaping could cause a lot of damage in Craggle Rock. That it had focused on injuring instead of killing felt like it was testing a runner's perseverance. Would they push on or turn back? That it tried to drag the least injured one to. He didn't know what to make of that. In a dungeon, challenges were limited to a room. Neither Stone nor Furman had creatures follow runners from one to the next. The lights? To create that that to create that need meant essence work. But a dungeon could only do that within its influence. If there was a dungeon and its influence reached all the way to the trail, shouldn't it be visible? Furman used the forest to hide itself, to find the rooms and halls. What was there on a plane for a dungeon to use? Okay, I need to add something. I can only do that with influence, unless. Unless it could make a creature that carried that engine. There we go. You're quiet, the man said. Just taking it in. I've heard songs of creatures, but I always thought the bards made them up. My advice, the woman said, is to turn around. The trail isn't safe for a lone traveler. Someone chuckled. It isn't safe for a solo. Is any trail safe for a solo traveler? This is the wilderness. He's been lucky to make it this far. Luck's not a thing, Tibbs said reflexively. The man laughed. Who told you that? He shrugged. It's just something we know back home. Well, the woman said, luck's how we survived, and I'm not putting it to the test again. This is the last time we're taking this trail. Tibbs nodded. How close to the light does the trail go? He needed them to believe he'd be careful. He'd deal with whatever that was, so the next group of smugglers would only have to worry about the animals. I don't know, the man said. He nodded again. Is the trail hard to follow once on the plane? Now, the ground there has been trampled to the point of its dirt. Then I'll stay by the forest and rejoin the trail on the other side and look for the next marker. You won't make it, the woman said. You need someone who won't hear the call when those lights come out. Come with us back to Justiston. We're returning to Estescarest out by the road after that, and we'll keep you safe from anyone who disagrees with your life. It's the best we can do for the help you gave us. It's the least we can do for the help you gave us. Thank you, but my business is urgent. It won't happen if you're dead, she stated. That's preferable to disappointing him. Doesn't sound like someone you should head towards. He grinned. I could tell you what he does to me when he's happy with me. As he'd hoped, as with most people, his willingness to speak of the things special people got up to made them stop talking with him. Of course, when it didn't work, he had to make up stories. Fortunately, Jekyll and Crosef had given him a wealth of them, and he'd, unfortunately, picked up more over the years. And that concludes chapter 1 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on my Patreon as well as Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, Angel. Welcome to the stream. Baby girl is up. All right. Enjoy her company, and thank you for the lurk. Decaf. All right. So this one. Okay. So that's going to be 20, 28. Really? We're still in 28? Hmm. And we are the 24th. What? Oh, yeah, that's way too close. We need this much further away. So this was supposed to have a month of buffer. What the hell happened? Oh, wait, no, this is April 28th. Okay. Makes a little more sense. Okay. All right. So April 28th. So we're looking at April 4th. Sorry, not May 4th. No, not what I want. Oh, wait a minute. No, you do get drafted. You do have. Right, you get the new image. Right. Thank you. All right. That is done. On to chapter 2. Confirming the microphone is on. Realizing I forgot to turn the the desktop audio back on. Confirming I'm on the correct screen and that I have the correct image up. I am going to be right back here. All right, I am starting the recording and I'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Chapter 2 of Mind Your Step. A little more than a week after Tibbs' encounter with the smugglers, the forest thinned. A day later, it was fully behind him, walking along the grassland. A day later, it was fully behind him. A day later, he walked along the grassland. As they had told him, the trail was visible, the grass nearly all trampled into dirt. Pushing some wood essence into what remained revitalized the color, but it did nothing to improve the blades. That is, until he added a hint of life. Then the blade straightened and grew, lively grass spreading until this patch of the trail was covered and impossible to distinguish from its surrounding. He straightened and was about to stop channeling the element when he realized he hadn't let go of wood when he channeled life. He channeled both, yet felt no pull to be one of them or a variation brought on by the combination. Did life not have a personality? He never thought about it, not having had an audience with them. Even once he had to deal with the others while channeling them. He never thought about how he could channel life and not be affected. He had been channeling it for a for a time, for a while. By the time he'd had to deal with fire and discovered he could actively channel the elements at the expense of losing himself in them. Was that the reason? It had already changed him as much as it would and he hadn't noticed? Or was it because it was the element that made up his reserve, unless he actively channeled another one? It was the base on which the others built? No, that felt wrong. Life was apart. It did its own thing. We continued this trek, slowly cycling through the other elements while channeling life and paying attention to any change. Even while etching, he remained entirely himself. He was comforted there was one element that wouldn't affect him when combined. If another's pull, if another pulled too hard, he could switch to life before he lost himself and restart the training immediately. A few days later, he sensed something off the path, halfway between sunrise and zenith, and at the edge of his sense. It was too far for him to get details, but he was confident he'd found a wild dungeon. Ahead, the trail bent toward it, so to remain on the low side of the hill, then bent away on the other side. He looked for sign of an attack as he followed it and remained aware for a creature. The trail curved away and no sign of an attack or creature. The trail remained mainly straight for the next day. And when it curved towards the dungeon again, he focused on it, trying to figure out anything of it. And the fact that how did I get that? And the fact the creature came from the opposite direction was why he nearly missed its approach. But almost meant he was fully ready for when it crested the hill and paused to study him. Did it mean it was smart enough to understand the threat a sword and shield posed? He knew it wouldn't be enough to scare it away. Even with autonomy, it remained a dungeon creature. It had been made to administer a test, and it would do so. Unlike how the smugglers had described it, it wasn't entirely stone. The tall, wolf-like creature dripped sand as it paced, eyes remaining on him. Mostly at the joints, but he could sense earth flowing the way sand did under the stone plates that made up its body. Was it for flexibility? It felt too significant for the smugglers to have failed to notice it in their struggle to survive. So was this a different creature? Had the dungeon altered it? And wouldn't those mean the same ultimately? The creatures weren't escaping. They were sent out. Didn't that go against the rules? If they killed outside the dungeon's influence, it couldn't absorb their essence and knowledge. The creature leaped too wide distance, and Tibbs stepped out of the way, slashing in the process. The lioness sword left in the stone plate filled with sand. So a way to heal then. His block caught the swipe. His block is shield. His shield caught the swipe, and the impact slid him back. He caught it, and they jumped apart. It had a lot of life essence, and unlike what forcing it to fill the cut with sand implied, it hadn't leaked enough for him to notice. But it had lost some. It was how it worked. Each time he injured it, some leaked out. But it had a disproportionate amount to its size implied. It could absorb its essence. It would end the fight, and it was how he'd previously broken his reserve's wall back in Craggle Rock. How he'd become able to suffuse himself. But his reserve had been minuscule then. It was nearly bottomless now. So much so that he wasn't able to tell how close to full it might be. Anytime he thought he'd filled it, he found he could add more. But beyond those reasons, Tibbs wanted to test himself against the creature, see how the dungeon had made it fight. Work out what the test was. They exchanged blows. The stone claws cut his leather clothing, and he added gashes to fill it filled with sand. Then, as he jumped away from a pounce, sand spiraled out of his back into a tendril and that slapped him, causing its landing to be awkward. He faced it, smiling. The impact had stung, but his armor had dissipated force, which he was confident was the element that meant he felt impacts even when he had that element. Adaptability. That was the test. It had lulled him into thinking this was a straight up fight, then changed the rules. How much worse would that blow have been if he hadn't had Hearth? He didn't think it would have killed him, but it would have made the fight more difficult. Did it have more changes in store for him? He went on the offensive, relying on his immunity to Earth to minimize the damage from the strikes that hit him. He focused on scoring hit after hit, finally sensing a slight drop in its life essence. The blow that sent him flying to crash 24 paces away came out of nowhere, almost literally. He glared, getting to his feet as it closed its mouth with a smug expression. It scratched at the ground as if inviting him to attack. An air attack from an earth creature was certainly a change. He ran at it and threw himself aside as it opened its maw. Now that he paid attention, he sensed the etching at the back of its throat. He made one of his own, sending a metal spike at it before landing and rolling into a crouch, the shield before him to take the air blast. Instead, it looked at the spike in its side before glaring at him. It smirked. We can both change the rules of this fight. As if it understood him, Sans spiraled out of his back, pulled the spike, and angrily threw it at the ground, embedding it nearly completely. Come on. You don't see me getting angry because you slapped me aside, then blasted me on my back. I adapted. Can you do that? It pounced, and he dodged a tendril as he slashed. He turned, readying for it to land and ready its next attack, but instead, as its forepaws made contact with the ground, it pushed itself at him. The rear claws cut his clothing and pushed him to the ground. He rose and stood. I guess you can, he said while it preened. Let's see how agile you are. He sent for Spike and readied the etching again. The first volley hit. It dodged two of the second, only one of the third, two of the next, and slapped the third a third away. Then it slapped two, and then it no longer bothered dodging, using tendrils to slap all the spikes away. That expression was a definition of smug. Of, smugness? Of smug. Oh, it was definitely smugness. See, I don't always see the word that's on the page. You learn. That's good. He rushed at it. He rushed it and jumped out of it jumped out of his way. Then it forced him to parry and block tendrils. Its etching form, but with how busy it kept him, he wouldn't be able to dodge. So he disrupted the essence as soon as the etching triggered. The surprise let him score a hit. Then he was in the air from a tendril impact. He hurried to his feet, ready for more, but the creature looked at the ground, maw open and the etching forming at the back of its throat. With the etching forming at the back of its throat, the blast made a furrow with dirt and grass flying. It looked at him, malicious cunning filling those stony eyes. Its tendril form as it ran at him, maw open and the etching forming. He used an air etching under his feet to launch himself over the blast, but it raised its head to follow him, and the blast sent him careening. He spit grass as he stood. Had the previous times been jets as well, and he hadn't paid attention? Or was this another change? He etched the old X attack with water, and it jumped out of the way. It sniffed the soggy hole, then looked at him, head canted. Aren't I also full of surprises? Its blast was from where it was, and he avoided it. Definitely a blast, which meant it had more than one kind of etching. That, along with the versatility of the tendril and the toughness of the stone plate, meant it was created to take on groups. Without his immunity to earth and air, he wouldn't have survived those first attacks. They exchanged blows, mixing direct attack with etchings. Tip scored his biggest blow when he iced the ground where it landed, causing it to sprawl undignifiedly. It had returned the favor by splitting a tendril into two, grabbing him by a leg and throwing him high enough he had to make an air cushion for his landing. They circled each other. He cost it half its life essence, while all it had could do was ruin his clothing and given him a few bruises when enough force came with the impact. He'd need new clothing, but that was for later. Now he had to end this fight. He had a dungeon to investigate. As if it too sensed this fight was ending, it lowered himself, ass wriggling in a way more suited to felines than a wolf creature. It leaped and batted the spikes he threw. He raised his shield and sword as it landed and kept coming. He'd have to time it, but he could pin it to the ground. He brought his sword down, but it darted out of the way. Before he could regain his balance, it was by him, still running. Something pulled at his ankle, pulled his ankle out from under him. Then he was face down, eating grass, following behind it. He rolled, you want onto his back and reformed his sword. Raising his head, let him see the tendrils. He sat ready to cut it, but realized it was pulling him toward the dungeon. One of the smugglers had said the creatures had grabbed her and tried to pull her away from the others. Had its goal been to bring her to the dungeon? Why? The obvious answer was so it would kill her. Was that? Nah, I don't like that one. Was so it would kill her inside the dungeon's influence. Was that cheating? Or would the fight against the creature be considered enough of a test? Of a test even if it took place outside its influence. Tibbs didn't know all the rules. He knew few of them, really, but he was confident there was one about the test having to be within a dungeon itself to count. He released the sword and shield's essence. He asked a dungeon once he was within its influence. The crossing into it was obvious. On one side, the plain was lush grass. On the other, unnaturally dry, cracked. Something he'd only seen in places that had experienced a year-long drought. Ooh, an unseen voice said, "What do you have for me? That's a juicy one, and with a lot of it. Tasty." He sat and saw it barely deserved the name of hill, with a crack in it. It was jagged, as if forced out from under the ground. Even the crack looked unnatural, unlike Stowe's before he made it a door. I might need a better cracking committee. The destination was within reach, so he absorbed the creature's life essence. It crumbled mid-step. He barely felt its deep reserve increase. What happened? Tibbs dusted the remnant of his clothes as he stood. I did. Of course you did. Who else is around? I didn't ask who did it. I asked what. Wait, you talk? We all talk. No, none of them did. Screamed a lot, babbled, never talked. If you can do that, you're going to be so much better. I can't wait to taste you. Just come inside. I'm all ready. Looking in, the floor angled down. So, what was that? Never had one of them just drink up one of my gatherers before, or be as full as you. A dozen steps brought him to the end of the daylight. He stopped. Why are you stopping? It asked. Well beyond the light, creatures waited. The shapes were varied: a wolf, deer, bear, rabbits, a feline. They were made of all sorts of combined elements, all those he had and some he couldn't identify. Those and wood were a threat to him, fire as well, if it had made them able to etch the element. The only element he saw that was a threat was crystal. Some had horns made of that, others claws and hooves. He'd still have to account for the others, which would act to distract him. Was this where the creature was dragging him to? Even if he hadn't brought, even if he, anyone else, as soon as they were even if it hadn't brought him this far with anyone else, as soon as they were out of the daylight, they wouldn't be able to tell what danger lay ahead. What kind of test is this? Tibbs asked. Test? Yes, test. You're a dungeon. You test us. I am a dungeon. But what I do is drink you up. Now, go get cracked open so I can taste all that yummy stuff. I so can't wait. No, you get to absorb those who fail your test. Didn't your helper explain how to do things? Where are they? My what? It asked impatiently. Your helper. Every dungeon receives one. They're who tells you how things work. I don't know how it happens, but I'm pretty sure Stowe said Ganny was there not long after he started thinking. The silent felt pensive. Then the dungeon laughed. Is that what that was? What happened? I drank them up, it replied casually. Tibbs thought he heard the shrug. cracked them open. It was tasty. Had a lot of stuff to think about after that. Now that you said what they would have done, some of it makes sense. But I'm glad they're gone. Having something telling me what I can and can't do would have been so tiresome. You kill them? Is that the same as drinking you up? Tibbs had no idea what to make of that. Even at his angriest with her, Stowe had cared for Ganny. They were friends. If they'd been people the way he was, he'd be tempted to say they were special to each other. What he remembered of the Purity Dungeon and her helper made them friends as well. Furman and Mirka also, although it had lacked the ease that came with being so for a long time. Even those dungeons he'd spoken with, where the arrangement felt businesslike, there had still been respect there. Why? He finally managed. Because it was there, it said, and again Tibbs heard the shrug. But they were going to help you be a dungeon. I don't need help with that. I'm quite good at getting things and drinking them up. So let's get on with this. That isn't what you're here for. Look, I don't know what you think you are. I'm the dungeon. You are my food. So get to it. This isn't as amusing as you seem to think. You're supposed to test us, help us get stronger. Those who fail, you absorb. Fine, it snapped. Your test is further down the hall. Good luck with that. It snickered. I can see the creatures waiting. That's not a test, that's a massacre. It's the cracking committee. Go get cracked. This is the first floor. You can't have that many. No one running this floor would have an element. This floor is about toughening us up, giving us a sense of what's coming as we go deeper. I don't know what your problem is. What's deeper is the same as what's here, so why bother stretching this needlessly? I am drinking you up. That's all there is to it. Now, get to it, or I'm having them come to you. You aren't going to be reasonable about this, are you? I'm not the one not acting like he should. Too many for an easy victory, but you couldn't leave it and continue with this. You couldn't let it leave and let it continue with this. The them would get to this eventually, but how many people would die until then? But he also didn't want it to just die. Tell me you're willing to work with me to become a good dungeon. I'm not as good a helper. But I've helped a dungeon before, so stop wasting time. The only thing I want is for you to get cracked open. Tibbs nodded and readied himself. Bring them on. Let's see what you have, and let me show you why you need my help. And that concludes Chapter 2 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next story will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on it's available on Royal Road, as well as my Patreon and Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Welcome back, Angel. And another alert for the siren. Hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You're doing fine. Very cool. I am doing well. Thank you very much. I am hoping to be able to get through 7 chapters in the Read and Correct today, because I now have 3 for Mind Your Step, 3 for the Engineer's Family, and I want to at least put Harker in there. I would love to get 8 in so I can put also Tyrannus, but I don't expect that to happen. May 4th becomes the 6th. Wait. This is done. And on to the 3rd chapter. Alrighty. Confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 3 of Mind Your Step. The first creature was feline in looks, sleek, long, low to the ground, much like the lynxes that inhabited the forest along the path. If you ignored the wood horns, that their body was made of earth with their fur and claw metals. It leaped, and Tibbs took it on his shield, but the force had him sliding back. He was inside the dungeon's influence, and it wasn't letting him pull earth from the ground to anchor himself. He was back into the daylight, streaming into the passage before he stopped moving as he shoved it aside. Earth and crystal rabbits flew at him, and he cut them. The feline sliced through his pant leg during the distraction, and Tibbs bashed it away with his shield, and the earth bear took advantage of that to land on top of him, and he was on his back, unable to keep it from sinking his teeth into his shoulder. He added an etching of corruption to the edge of his sword and removed its head, then shoved the body away. He was on his feet, readying an air etching to put distance between him and the other creature, but Wood Hooves came down. He dodged and dodged again, then the deer rear, and he didn't manage that one. He slammed against the wall, his shoulder shattered from the impact. He ground his teeth and etched a fireball to give that deer something else to think about, then detonated an etching of air for the space he needed. Why haven't they cracked you open yet? The dungeon asked. He suffused himself with purity. I can't do that. He can't do that. I thought I'd caught it. He can't suffuse. He lost that ability. He has yet to regain it. You know what? He's got an alternative. He used raw fever and ground his teeth. Send him away and we can talk, he said when the worst of the pain passed. Let's qualify this. The worst of the healing pain passed. There's a lot you don't know. I can help you. I can help with that. You'll you'll be all the help I need once I've drank you up. Large fox, and some tree-like creature, all made of wood, approached. Fortunately, the deer was occupied with burning. He blocked the wolf. We don't have to fight. The fox nipped at his leg, then darted away under the tree swing. He dodged, which left him open to the wolf, and it bit his sword arm. He focused through the pain. It would heal and formed a fire etching, but it shattered from the slash at his back. He channeled fire and with a growl unleashed raw essence, burning his attackers. Tibbs observed the leftover essence. That was mine! Tibbs. Okay, I swear I went over and fixed those. Because I'd gone down a bit, and at some point I realized that I'd forgotten that he can't suffuse himself. And I did a search for the word suffuse. He applied a purity etching and watched for the next attack. I'm playing by the rules you set. Creatures formed in the darkness, replicas of those he killed, except they were earth with wood for the wolf and fox's claws and teeth, for the deer's antler and hooves, while the tree kept its fist. Wait, what? That doesn't quite work. No, replicas of those he killed, except they were earth. Okay, I'm not gonna, but made with earth. Teeth. Those were wood. All right, let's see how that reads. Tibbs applied a purity etching and watched for the next attack. I'm playing by the rules you set. Creatures formed in the darkness, replicas of those he killed but made of earth, except for the wolf and fox's claws and teeth, the deer's antlers and hooves, and the tree's fist. Those were wood. Just stop, he implored. We can talk. The dungeon snorted. They charged, and he waited until they were closed, then set an air etching under his feet and leaped over them. He cut their back and limbs on landing and continued as they turned. Something formed behind him too quickly for Tibbs to react, and the impact threw him into the creatures. He extended his shield to take the hooves and claws and pulled his limbs under it. The bashing caused force to travel down his arm, and the occasional paw that reached under that reached him from the gap made focusing difficult, but he etched an air detonation, then took advantage of being able to channel two element and fed it fire. The explosion hurt, but they were off of him. He made the healing etching and fed it fever. The pain was blinding, but he didn't have the time for a purity etching alone to work. Panting, he got to his feet. This is getting annoying, the dungeon said. Crack already. The creatures weren't as injured as he'd hoped, their earth body taking the explosion with little more than cracked stones. Even the wooden antlers and claws had survived with little more than scorch mark. The new deer, on the other hand, had lost a crystal antler to it. This isn't supposed to be easy for you either. Runs are so the runner and dungeon improve. You test us. When we overcome, you learn to be better, smarter. Just, do you ever stop? I can help you. He tried not to let the exasperation sound. If you do things the way they're supposed to be done, you can get strong enough to have multiple floors, to have a city and runners coming daily. He doubted it would listen, but he needed the time to catch his breath to let the healing pain ebb away. Things like you, all the time? Yes. He'd explain about people later. Coming in, breaking my creatures, and what, leaving instead of me drinking them up? You get to absorb those who failed the test. I don't want some of them. They rushed him. They didn't entirely dodge his earth-fed fire, etching in spite of being more agile than their natural counterpart. He blocked, parried, slashed, and avoided. The deer with the crystal antlers didn't push its advantage when it cut him, so he was confident the dungeon didn't understand his vulnerability. But the lack of an overwhelming force made Tibbs wary. This wasn't a test. The dungeon wanted him dead. If it wasn't throwing everything it had at him, it meant it was planning something. So he remained alert for that surprise as he dispatched the fox, then the deer, the tree, and finally the wolf. Panting, Tibbs hoped the dungeon had enough. You must think you're so great, it mocked. This didn't bode well. He's a few yeah, something's off. To deal with the worst of the fatigue. He had so many itchings he needed to work out, especially now that he could feed them different elements than the one composing it. Fever was the element of the body. He should focus on it, come up with one to revitalize him fully. Maybe feeding it purity, he, this is about where I realized that he couldn't suffuse himself. So I don't get, I know, hmm, I thought I'd gone back and corrected them. Since when he'd been able to suffuse himself with it, it healed his injury and his fatigue. After this, he was going through every etching he created and testing how they reacted to being fed each of the other elements. Work out which combination worked best against which element. Then he was returning to experimenting with new etchings. He'd grown too complacent with the established ones. Nothing to say, it mocked. Nothing about how, if I listen, you'll help me become the greatest dungeon. Tip snorted. You've made clear that's never happening. I don't have to listen to you. I'll know what you do once I've cracked you, and if, it paused. If what? If you crack me open. You've tried. I'm still uncracked. But you've leaked. You stopped it, but that shows me you can be cracked, and it led the silent stretch. When it continued, Tibbs was confident he heard the smile. I have just the thing for it. The form that pushed through the wall deeper into the corridor was twice his height, lanky, and more tree-like than person. Not that its appearance was an accurate representation of a dungeon creature's danger. Stowe and Furman had shown him that. It was made mostly of crystal, so the dungeon might have been paying attention to the fight. More attention to the Better attention to the fight than Tibbs thought, but it was all edges and spikes, vicious looking, reminiscent of his early times making weapons out of ice when he couldn't keep his anger out of forming them. He smiled. Anger meant sloppiness. He let it approach, both to study its essence, to know what to expect, and to let the final echoes of healing pain vanish. He missed the near instant healing suffusing gave him. How much better would that be with fever? It was a dozen paces away when it raised its arm and brought it down, extending it. He had his shield before him, taking the impact, and the limb shattered on it. But instead of scattering, the shards clung and grew over the edge of the shield. He threw it to one side and himself in the other direction. He had another shield before he was on his feet, and it took the next attack as well. He dropped it before the crystal grew over the edge and readied another one. The creature didn't attack. Pip studied it. What was the dungeon? How did you get in here without me noticing? It demanded. Tibbs didn't move. He forcefully kept himself from looking over his shoulder and taking his eyes off the creature. He knew this ploy, but his attention did drift, and with it he extended his sense behind him, and in the entrance he felt a muddied form. Is that yours? It asked, perplexed. He risked a glance. Woman, young, copper-haired. He frowned. The creature hadn't taken advantage, so he turned to better look at her. She wore worn leathers, held a sword in her hand that she pointed at him, smiling. Fleet fingers, she announced as he focused on sensing through the muddling. Nimble runner, and all the other names you've gone by. Metal between the leather of the armor. He knew her. You are wanted by so many cities, I'm finally going to get the respect I deserve, she said, sounding giddy. You know what? The dungeon said dismissively. I just don't care. The etching formed too fast for Tibbs to do more than react with one of his own. An air etching between it and the woman. It was closer than he liked. They were closer than he liked. They were closer than he liked. This close. Etchings could interact, but any further in the muddling surrounding the woman would disrupt it. They triggered together, their essence mixing, and the young woman flew back so fast it worried for a landing, not that it would cause the worst damage. Unlike his, the dungeon's etching expanded in all directions, cracking the walls. Ouch, ouch, ouch! He raised his shield in vain. Didn't plan this out well. Didn't plan this well out. Didn't plan this out well. Ouch! His shield shattered from the unknown element, and he slammed into the walls. Eventually, he was able to think through the pain of so many broken bones, and he made the fever etching and fed it purity. Its pain, as he healed, barely registered. He hoped his etching caught her first, that she rode the second etching's force instead of being impacted by it. He hoped she survived. He wrapped his steel-healing limbs in life essence and hardened that before pushing from the wall. You tried to kill her. The cracked wall and the state of his body made that clear. How else am I going to drink her up? It sounded annoyed. But because you distracted me, it's outside my reach now. Won't be anything left by the time it's dragged back, it grumbled. She had nothing to do with this. It was here, it replied, sounding annoyed and puzzled. What else was I going to do with it? Whatever hope He could make it see reason he'd unknowingly held on to shattered. You don't care. He imagined her broken body sprawled on the green grass. I thought this fight would convince you there's a better way, but you just don't care. Better than drinking you up? Drinking you and it up? It replied mockingly. I don't think so. He returned his attention to the now advancing crystal creatures. Fine. He pulled the life essence out of it. Then I'm done playing. And that concludes chapter 3 of Mind Your Step. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this, it's available on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of what's on Royal Road, that is on my Patreon and Raim's Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, what? 1.6. Oh, that's why you're way too big. I'm gonna have to fix that. Alrighty. Confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 29 of The Engineer's Family. Captain on the bridge, the bridge beta announced as Gargara entered. The hunters at Common Sensors looked up from their board at him, then focused on their work, while the civilian pilot looked at him slightly confused. None of them were needed, as they were still days away from departing the station, according to procedures, but he required them at their post as soon as civilians was on board. If there was an emergency, he wanted to be able to undock immediately. Hopefully, the beta wouldn't announce his arrival each time he entered. Just focus on your board, he told the pilot before heading to his office. He noticed them eyeing the sling, but they were all on shift, so now wasn't the time to introduce his daughter. As he'd requested, the pen had been, had been set by his desk, and he deposited her in it before sitting and bringing up the latest report. The reason it's not built there is because this is not permanent. Timmy fussed as he fed her. I know this is bland, blame my parents. They are determined to make your food as bland as possible. As soon as you're able to talk, you can tell them what you think of it. It didn't settle her, and he gave up feeding her for now, putting her down and giving her her bottle. The need to take her away from this place as he dropped the diaper in the disposal wasn't as strong, and reminding himself this was his toilet in his office helped. There were no predators hiding here. He knew there were none anywhere on the ship, but he knew that even more here. For here, this was a space he knew. He washed her and made faces at her, then put her in a clean diaper before returning to his office. He sat and she curled up on his lap to sleep while he worked. Tom messaged him to let him know he had boarded the ship. Gregor invited him to his new home after the shift to meet his cubs. All right, little Tammy, he cooed, picking her up. Shift's over, time to go home. But before that happens, there will be people on the bridge who want to meet you. The bridge beta had informed them the crew was dawdling, instead of leaving now that the replacement had arrived. There had been a I'll deal with it if you require it tone to the message, but Gagaran had told them to let it be. This wouldn't be the norm, if only because once they were in space, he wouldn't, it's not able to. He wouldn't bring her to work with him. She'd have to remain within the civilian part of the ship for her safety. He cradled her and entered the bridge. The off-shift crew smiled and approached. The bridge beta glanced his way, then returned to showing something on the board to his replacement. Crew, let me introduce you to my daughter, Tamirig Dure Yimelo Stagog. She giggled, and one by one they stepped to her and sniffed. Some let her sniff their finger in return. One she decided to chew on, much to her amusement. The introduction over, he headed home. The door buzzed, and he placed Tammy on his chest to check his tablet, then let his friend in. Tom entered and chuckled on looking at him. Has the great Galduran Selalavner been brought down by such a small hunter? That male who thinks himself a comic, he told his daughter, is Tomirimor Mortaral Gelraso Micario Terras. He and I are on very short name basis. Tom sat next to him. Tom, this is my daughter, the mighty hunter Temirek Dure Yimelo Stagog. Well, hello. Hello, mighty warrior. It's an honor to meet you. He offered a finger, which she sniffed. Take her. It's easier to sit if I'm not holding her. Jer isn't here. He reached, he gently cradled her, and Gagran sat. He went to Rudy M. Tamer Ashimakor's learning center to walk back with him. Still on long name basis with him. I think he would want to shorten him, being your son. He doesn't speak, so until he tells us otherwise, we're using his long name. The door opened, and here they are. Tom, it's good to see you. Urdium Tamer Ashimakor. This, that. No, this. This is Tome Romor Tome. I so rarely use Tom's long name that I don't know how to pronounce it yet. Tomeri Mortoral Gelhaso Micarioteras, a good friend to me and your father. Tom waved. We're on short name basis. Let's go change and clean up, then we can sit with them until I have to get working on dinner. Jer stood, and so did Rudy. You can stay with them if you want. Rudy took his finger, and Jer headed for the food prep area. Do you know what it'll take to help him get over the trauma? Tom asked, leaning against Galgeran and a hand under Tammy, who'd fallen asleep. And a hand under Tammy, who'd fallen asleep on it. Now, the orphanage couldn't afford to bring in experts, and the counseling staff isn't all on board. We're bringing him once they are, and one of them will help him. You could have the psychologist do it. If she decides to, it's on her. I won't make the request. This isn't the kind of trauma that requires her skill, not like Jer needed. And how is sleeping? If he doesn't let you or Jer touch him, oh, he's fine with it. He'll curl up against Jer or me on while he sleeps. I had an order to print a bed to set beside ours if he hadn't been comfortable with it. Tom rubbed his muzzle against Gralgaron's. I'm not surprised he's okay with it. You are both quite comfortable to sleep with. Food's about to be ready, Jer called. I guess that means I should head to my apartment, Tom said. Tammy woke and complained as he pulled his hand, and Gagran soothed her. You don't have to, Tom, Jer said. There's enough for all of us. I don't want to impose, and Rudy was next to him, taking his finger in his taking him by the finger and pulling him toward the table. And it looks like I'm staying after all. What? He added with a chuckle all the way at the way Jer was staring. Gurgan was as well. I don't think he's ever taken to someone as quickly as you, Jer said, other than me. His friend looked at Gralgaron. He needed a bit more time before he'd take my finger. He stood, and Tammy complained. I am honored by your trust, Rodium Tamer Ashmakor. He sat, and Jer brought the food. Are you sure you're comfortable with this? Jeremy asked his son, helping him put on the vest. They will all be friends of me and your father, but there will be many of them. They've been warned you don't like being touched, but if you think this will be too much, you don't have to come. Rudy pulled the vest on and gave Gagran a serious look, his son's brave expression. He would face whatever danger lay ahead. Okay. Remember, if this gets too much, you find me or your father and we'll bring you home. Rudy nodded. All change and clean, Jer said, exiting the toilet. And don't you both look splendid? Gurgen had probably overdone it. Those were only his friends and Jer's friends, after all. But it was his son's introduction to them. So he had picked ceremonial pants and vest, not as elaborate as what he'd had to wear for the honor ceremony, but there was probably too many colors on the vest, and the pants material didn't have to be this fine for meeting his friends. He should change into something. You look fine, Jer said next to him, very dashing. He rubbed his cheeks against Gagron's muzzle. Shall we? Gagron offered Rudy his finger, and his son took it, taking Jer's in the other hand, and they left their home. The room he'd reserved could accommodate twice the number of people there. He'd gotten larger to keep from crowding Rudy. Tables had been set with meats, sauces, and drinks for people to enjoy while they socialized. The room fell quiet as they entered, and everyone turned to look at them. Rudy tightened his hand on his finger. Everyone, this is our son, Rudium Tamer Ashimakor, and our daughter. And our daughter, Jer continued. Tamirek Dure Yimelo Stagog. That's going to be. Conversation restarted with small groups approaching them and introducing themselves to both. Rudy was reluctant to let go of Jer's finger when they decided to separate. They considered exchanging charges, but his son let go and stayed with Gargaran. It went rather banally. Introduction, then Gargaran would speak with them longer with his friends. Two encounters were less so. Gargaran Salalavnir, the psychologist, greeted him. Lehav Grobar, he greeted back, then motioned to his son. This is Rudium Tamer Ashimakor. She crouched. It's a pleasure to meet you. I expect this is rather overwhelming. Rudy nodded. But it is quite brave of you to still meet all of us. You'll see some of us as we visit your parents. Will that be okay with you? He nodded again, and she straightened. I'll have a counselor assigned to him tomorrow. He should be in contact to schedule Rudium Tamer Shemekor's first appointment. They circulated, and then the next encounter happened. Galgaran Sel Avnir, the male said, grinning. Zenial Her Talahan, he greeted back, but couldn't muster the same enthusiasm. The male was properly dressed, but he was certainly planned something. He always did. I am Xenier Her Talahan, he told Rudy. Yes, I am a Halan, but the heir in my name means I'm not currently welcome within my clan. Your father saved my life, and I've been trying to get into bed with him ever since, but he's proving extremely difficult. Quartermaster, he warned, and the male grinned. And as he just said, I'm also the ship's quartermaster. That means that it means that if there's ever something your father won't let you have, come find me and we can work something out. You are a bad influence. The worst. Rudium Tamer Ashimakor, be warned that if you show up to the hold intent on taking him up on his offer, you might see things you'd rather not. The male has no shame whatsoever. Shame is overrated, he said. It gets in the way of having a good time. Rudy frowned, and Gradgran felt better for his son having some common sense. I'll have the inventory done before the ship undocks, the male said, and headed toward Jer. Rudy looked at him, ears tilted quizzically. I am trying to shorten our name, he admitted, but he makes it difficult. But he is on short name basis with your father, so you will see him again, and you can decide if he's the kind of male you want to get to know. Whatever you decide, you will have my support. He hoped he kept the dread from the idea from reaching his voice. And that concludes chapter 29 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on a Ream Story and my Patreon. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Another alert. Be safe. You're working at 6:15 this morning by the siren. That sucks. April 28th makes 30. The reading inquiry is going well. I'm hoping I have 6 chapters I have to get through. I'm hoping to manage to sneak a 7th one. I can. Tyrannus is something I'm just doing for the pleasure and to clean it up, but it's not important ish. Um, but Mind Your Step, the Ingenious Family, those are important because they're outright heading for publishing. And I'm hoping to be able to also get Harker. In there. Alrighty. Confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 30 of The Engineer's Family. Engineer, the technician called. I have a situation. On my way. He started the reactor schematic he'd been going over. Alex's designs were elegant, but he was certain he could improve on them without going fully earther with the modifications. He understood how and why Kelsarians liked things spacious, but there was something to be said about compactness, especially if that could be done in service of keeping the reactor spacious. He stepped behind the female as she tapped commands, balancing power for the decks she was responsible for, and waited for her to be done. Show me, he said. She brought up readings that fluctuated. I've looked over all possible courses, but this doesn't match any of the documentation. He nodded. The documentation was built on the system before the ship's refit. Most would carry over, while some they'd have to find out didn't in a situation like this. He tapped his tablets. Repairs, the female said. Chief Crester Ferrican Ran, this is the engineer. I need you to send people to deck 7 aft 3. We're getting an odd reading on the conduits there. Could be as simple as a miscalibration, but I'd like you to make sure the refit didn't actually screw something up. She chuckled. Well, they're just they're just they're just about groundlings, not going any further than orbit. I wouldn't put it past them not to understand the kind of stress ships of the line are put under. I'll send a pack immediately. Thank you. He patted the technician's shoulder. Good work. He returned to his office. He needed to restructure his schedule to make time so he could go around and look over the whole of the ship. He doubted it was something like the chief said. Those who did the refit would have had many previous ships to build and experience stress analysis on. Whoa. Would have had many previous ships to build, like the Bane, to build a stress analysis on. But this hadn't been a complete rebuild. It was possible they'd missed something in the component that had remained after more than a decade since the last refit. Most of them would be designs created by repair or maintenance, and not the ones that had been installed. He needed to check all the interaction himself. That meant he needed to find a head technician for shift 1. Sleeping Rudy in his arm, Jimmy entered his home to Scar at the table reading on his tablet. The male smiled. Your daughter is sleeping in her pen. I'm going to put this one down as well. He had a busy day at the learning center. It was my pleasure. He rubbed his muzzle against Jeremy's cheeks. And you're letting me use your weight machine while I'm here. Jeremy placed Rudy on the bed, and his son curled into a ball without waking. I'll be done with the new design in a few days. Do you have room in your apartment for this one? You're the only one who uses it, so leaving it in a leisure alley doesn't serve any purpose. Don't you want others to try it? They might take a liking to these kind of exercises. If someone wants to look like you, Jeremy poked the male's hard pectorals, they can ask you how you manage it, and you can take all the credit for them using your machine. I'll still tell them you built it. Are you eating with us? The door opened and Growl entered. Scary after Gwen. His heart greeted their guest. Gratran Salahavnir. Your daughter is sleeping in her pen. Thank you for looking after her during the shift. It was my pleasure, but I have to go now. I made plan with friends to go clubbing. You have fun, Jeremy said. Growl hugged Jeremy as Scar left. How was your day? Good. Grakir Grekiranik Karim Sal Nirag is taking to being head technician when I go to check on the work done during the refit. We got another miscommunication between relays during shift 3. That's 2 over 3 days. I want to make sure they aren't a precursor to something worse. What are the liability laws regarding the technicians who did the refit not properly accounting for relays that were updated? He chuckled. Ask the adjudicator. That's why he's on board. I will. How was your day? Monotonous, which is how it should be in the middle of nowhere as we are. How about we wash up, then we can get food, then I can get food ready. Growl grinned. Where's Rudy? Napping. They had muck hunts today. And why don't we first have some fun in the shower, then we then get cleaned up. He scanned the relay and sent the information to repair and maintenance, then sat up and called them. Either of you know who designed the relay? It's logged that having been designed by technician Araktami Solreta Toriscal. Maintenance replied they left the ship 6 years ago. This explained why it wasn't all the relays that weren't interacting properly with the refit. Who designed the model we've been using since? Oh, one of mine, the chief said. Technician Tefkilan Sel Rushed Afirorim. Send me the schematic. I'll check them. If they interact properly with the refit, we'll change all the older ones that are designed. Do you have a way to pull up which they were used, where they were used, but having to go relay by relay? Every maintenance change is logged, maintenance said. I just have to track when the new relay was put into use and have the technicians go over anything older. Same here, the chief said. Good. Then I'm leaving that part in your hands. Contact me if anything out of the ordinary, if anything is out of the ordinary when the work is done. Understood, engineer. Jeremy put the tablet away and waved at the female who was peering into the workspace. She startled and hurried away. He chuckled, putting his tool away, then exited and closed the panel. He wondered how long it would take the civilians to be used to him as engineer. Beta, is Alpha said overcome. I need an update. Jeremy fired at the Tahornian, then rushed while his pack provided cover fire, almost at their engineering. I think words of how we operate made the rounds. They are protecting it. He clawed the female, then kneed her in the side. The one running at him fell to plasma bolts. Calenta! He called, now that the guards were neutralized. Door! His hacker opened the panel and connected wires, then tapped his tablet. Tros and Germir took position next to Jeremy. You know how this goes. We avoid firing at all, if at all possible. We incapacitate and move on. The rest of the pack will secure. Almost there, Beta. Anyone by the reactor is the priority. Yes, Beta, they said in unison. The door opened and he ran in, counting on Yoal's scan of the room to still be accurate. 4 Tahunians at consoles. He tackled the closest, knocking him out with an elbow into the head. He stood to Tros holding 2 at gunpoint, their arm crossed at the wrist before them. Tahunian surrender position. Engineer secured, Alpha. You are clear to proceed. Thank you, Beta. He went to the reactor and confirmed that nothing was overheating. Calenta, see what you can copy from their database. Schematic for this would be nice. The more of their design I can study, the better I'll get at spotting traps they've built in. He scanned the reactor directly while the others fully secure the engineering and his Alpha directed taking control of this Halon ship. Up on the loose! Growl yelled from the bedroom. Jeremy looked up from the dish he was preparing in time to see his maid jump over the living room table, then reach down and pull their daughter up. You are going to be a great hunter, he cooed, all fast and fierce. She hissed at him. That's it, fierce. He made a face and she giggled. Okay, maybe not so fierce, but certainly fast. But next time, wait until I've put you in diapers before running like that. Didn't your sister say something to the effect of cubs doing everything they could not to be in them? Our daughter isn't like her cubs. Are you, little Tamirik Dores Yemilo Stagog? No, you are much better behaved. You are a good little daughter. Rudy went to him and pulled on the pant leg. Do you want to hold your sister? He nodded. Climb onto the seat. Rudy did so, then Growl gently placed her in his arm. That's it. Cradle her head like that. There you go. You are a natural big brother. Jeremy couldn't see it, but he expected their son beamed with pride. He loved spending time with his sister. Is this kind of closeness between siblings common among Kelsarians? Growl shrugged. That young, I'd say yes. Not that I'm the expert. I'm the third youngest, after Room. My parents stopped having cubs, so my only exposure has been my relatives when they visited with them. I know that by the time me, Room, and Tyr were old enough to speak, we were mainly complaining about each other. How is it with Earthers? I'm the second youngest, so I'm in the same situation. Mine is their relative visiting. I mean, they did, but in my family, those visits were more sedate. Kids didn't get to run around and roughhouse the way Kelsarian's cubs are allowed. My grandfather would let us, but then the parents would tell us to settle down. It prepares them to hunt. Growl said, "What are you making?" It's called tourtière, although with the amount of substitution I've had to do to the meat and spices. Oh, a spice dish. Don't get your hopes up. It's spiced for flavors, not heat. But the meats are all ground and roasted. It's wrapped in a pastry. Once I've perfected it, I think I'll be able to recreate it in bite size, and it's going to go well with Kelsarian's dishes. Growl kissed him. I can't wait to try it. Jeremy started the recording now that what he needed to be handled was. I'm sorry it's been so long since my last message, Bob, but being a father is a lot of work. No one told me how exhausting this was going to be. And so, yes, I'm a father now. Although, I figure you already know. The Earther broadcast probably learned and told everyone. I mean, I don't blame them. Me and Growl adopting was something of a news circus on Kelser as well. But it's not like this is Earther related. Anyway, Kelser was nice. Places are very Earth-like, especially when outside the cities. As you can imagine, Kelsarians designed their cities differently from Earthers. Just our same as how I expect Quercetorans do and every other species. Different mindset and all that. You would not believe the hunting forest they have. Vast control access. They let the herds roam and grow until it's time for them to be called. Then people can pay to hunt them. I mean, they can kill is tightly controlled. They ensure there are always multiple herds ready to be called at any time. That way people can hunt their meat whenever they need to. City folks depend on redistribution, although there's a push to get them to hunt. But just like it's not practical to have such a forest on a ship, cities aren't designed for them, and not everyone wants to travel. He caught his breath. I am now the Baines engineer. Alex retired to hunt for his heart. The reactor is mine now. And I have to tell you, it's hard not to simply take it apart and rebuild it how I know it's going to be how I know, to rebuild it how I know. Okay. It's hard to not simply take it apart and rebuild it how I know the better design for it is. And yes, you heard the quotes, because if there's something I learned working under him, is that for as efficient as Earthers can make things, there's something to be said about the beauty of something designed for more than efficiency. So I've been designing parts, purposely making them different. Part of it is, he chuckled, listen to me, I'm about to get into engineering talk with you. You probably wouldn't get most of it, but I'm enjoying the position. I'm guessing you've been kept busy as well since your last message was over a year ago. I hope that means things are good, and I'll be looking forward to an update from you. Ah, engineer. The counselor greeted him, motioning for one of the desk. Thank you for coming. It's about Rudy, so I want to know. This is more about you. The sense I got is that you are concerned about Rudium Tamera Shimakor's lack of communication. So I want to make sure you understand that he does communicate. I know with text, but he doesn't talk about what happened to him. That's because he isn't ready. And no, I won't tell you what he shared with me. It might or may not comfort you, but it is his story to tell. His inability to speak, that's related to his trauma. That so once he overcomes that, he should also begin speaking. Is there anything we can do to make it easier for him to do that? You're already doing everything. You have given him a safe environment. You have given him a family, and you aren't pressuring him to get better. Continue doing that, and sooner rather than later, your son will be speaking with you. It wasn't what he'd been hoping to hear, but at least it wasn't a list of all the ways he'd been making Rudy's life more difficult. That had been his fear. Thank you, counselor. And that concludes chapter 30 of The Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on my Patreon and Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Yes, becomes second. Alrighty. Oh, cold. Very, very cold. Confirming microphone is on, realizing I forgot to turn the desktop audio back on. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 31 of The Engineer's Family. The door buzzed and Galgaran rushed to open it. Thank you for doing this. No one else is available. Your mate? Berlin asked, stepping in and looking the room at their home critically. Maintenance found something off with a power junction or something, and he had to go to look into that. Now, the Federation wants to speak with me, and I can't have the Cubs there, so I'm not. I understand, Growl. Go be the captain in Alpha. I'll ensure your Cubs behave. Thanks again. He hurried her out into the bridge. Establish communication. He told the comm hunter from the projection area of his office. Not long after, a Carceteron in administrative robe appeared. She looked at him. Your response is appreciated. Thank you. I apologize for the delay. Finding someone to look after my cubs at the last moment wasn't as simple as I expected. She smiled. Ah, cubs. The word's gift of unpredictability. He chuckled. That's accurate. How can I help? 2 weeks ago, the Cornaran was found drifting by Carceteron miners heading to Yomisato Taraki Ashish. 3 Shimbarian were discovered dead inside. With the assistance of the Federation Security Bureau, they were able to determine the deaths were foul. With our further assistance, they established that an escape pod was used before they arrived. With help, they established when it happened and where the ship was located. We have calculated the trajectory and you will intersect it. I would like you to see to the capture of the killer, who we believe is on that escape pod. I would like to set you on this hunt, Kelsarian Alpha Hunter. I accept the hunt, Administrator. The miners who found the ship, have they been clear of wrongdoing? Yes, they transmitted their logs. They were studied. They were not altered. It is the belief of the analytic of analytics that the ship was purposely set on its course so it would intersect a well-traveled route. The killer wanted the kills found. That's unusual. Have you ascertained why? Not at this time, Alpha Hunter. Analytics are ongoing. Who is the victim? Who were the victims? A Shimbarian trio. An image appeared of 3 Shimbarians so much in each other's space he couldn't tell who started and ended where. The picture had been taken in a public place or a restaurant, he thought. He knew the species to respect distraction laws, but individuals weren't the whole. Identifying them as a trio made them the equivalent of mated, and they seemed to be celebrating something. Still, the important thing was that he had faces for his information gathering packs to work with. The Federation would send him all they had, but unless he asked for specifics now, he would receive the information only once they asserted they had exhausted their own leads. Did they have a passenger manifest? No. Analytics are looking into their departure point to identify who the fourth was. Did the trio have known antagonistic interactions warranting this kind of response? No interaction warrants death, Alpha Hunter. Yes, my apologies. But individuals can take sufficient exceptions to ill treatment to react violently. Even the Ryosef can be driven to strike. You are correct. I will set analytics to look into that aspect. I thank you for pointing to it. I'll need all the ship's records and sensor readings and your analytics reports once they are completed. They are sent and will be sent. Thank you, Administrator. I will update you with our findings as soon as we have some. The female disappeared. He sent the data package to his information gathering betas and returned home. He entered his home to a strange scene. Chairs were upturned. Brelin stood on one side of the low table in the living room, hackles up, with Rudy standing on the edge of a seat opposite her, with Tammy curled up in it. You will move, she ordered. It is time for her to be put in her pen. Rudy hissed. Do not hiss at me, cub. I am Beta Brelin Driano Carotirec Frem. I have stood on the line and faced our enemies. You will obey me. Rudy hissed again. Brelin, what's going on? Your cubs will not do what I order. He's a cub, Brelin. Not a hunter. She glared at him. Training starts now. No, Brelin, thank you for looking after my cub. You can go home now. I will not. Don't make me order you, Brelin. I asked my friend to look after my cub, not my beta. The chastising clearly took her by surprise. Her ears folded back and her hackles dropped. Her shoulders slumped. He didn't move out of her way, lowering his voice when he spoke. We can talk about how this happened tomorrow, Brelin. He let her pass. He went to the living room. His weren't as impressive, but we're still up. Can I approach Rudium Tamer Ashimekor? He was panting, pupil dilated. As far as his cub was concerned, this had been a deadly situation. He nodded, and his hackles slowly lowered. When Gagran stood next to him, Rudy latched on, crying. Once he was done, he sat his son on the edge of the seat and handed him his tablet. What happened? He typed and turned the tablet. She's mean. He smiled. Brelin is a trainer beta. She deals. She has to be mean. Not that he felt such behavior had been warranted here. She tried to steal Temerik di Yemilo Stagog from me. To put her in her pen? It's too early. That should be vitalized. And you protected your sister. Rudy nodded. You did good. He rubbed muzzle with his son. How about you help me put the furniture back where it belongs? You must have given her quite the chase. He grinned with pride. He hadn't expected the lack of cub of he hadn't expected a lack of cub of her own to cause Brelin to be unable to handle an infant and her protective brother. He knew she had no siblings of her own, but had expected her to have exposure through relatives bringing theirs when they visited. Although he couldn't remember her ever mentioning relatives, and she rarely spoke of her parents. The sense he got was that her relationship with them was strained. He and Rudy were done by the time Jerry returned, and he looked so tired that Gagran sliced meat for them. Then they all curled up on the couch to enjoy them while watching a children's ballad. You have my apologies, Gagran, Brelin said, standing stiffly when he entered her training room. You have nothing to apologize for. I mishandled the situation. I distrust your cub. That is unacceptable. He rubbed muzzle with her. You made a mistake, Brelin. It happens. Not to me. I'm a child of the God as I am, as all are we all. They did not make us perfect. Or would you put yourself on their level? I would never. Then relax. You aren't in trouble. I will do better should you entrust me with the privilege of looking after your cubs again. Before that happens, I'd like you to tell me about your family. Alpha, the beta greeted him when he entered the information gathering pack's room. You said you have something. Multiple. With a gesture, the lights dim and a ship appeared in the air. It was the gray of the polymer that made it. Shimbarians weren't very color-driven. Scent meant nearly everything to them. If you didn't know what had happened on it, he'd say there was nothing wrong there. The Kurnaran is a takaka, private private yak of Shimbarian design. This specific model is popular among mated groups. He consulted his tablet. It can accommodate up to a quint. A group of 5, Gagran said. Quads are more common, seps are extremely rare. He dealt with enough Shimbarian as that mates had come up many times in conversation. They departed from Kanil Shimaratan and were heading to Germi Germikor Roakami. Kanil Shimarotan orbits Shivoran Ger Tomikare. It was their oldest colony world. I don't know Germikor Roakami, but the name Filka Sutaran on their side of the unclaimed territory. As far as the FSB was able to ascertain, they were on vacation. Although the image we collected from the ship database make it look like they were also celebrating something. Images appeared. In all of them, the trio was very much in each other's space. They are only like that when they are extremely happy about something, the beta said, and Gargaran nodded. It did lead to some complaints on the planet, but nothing actioned. So I'm thinking the complainers did understand why they were overly excited on some level. I'm waiting for the city's security to get more information about the incident. The image vanished and was replaced by a star map with 2 dots illuminated. Then a line connected them with a dot on that line 2/3 of the way. A new dot flashed away from it, with a line from it to a new point. That's Yumisato Taraki as Shish. The miner who found them had been rock hopping over many systems, so establishing their origin in relation to the Kurnaran isn't helpful. But the trajectory they were on puts them close enough to the ship registered their sensors. They did what Kelsotorans always do and called to say hello. When they didn't get a response, they altered their course to investigate. The FSB believes the killer sent the ship on a course to intersect a more traveled route. I agree, Alpha. Which means they wanted them found. Any idea why? No, but that did lead the FSB to realize it isn't the first time this killer has struck. 5 ships of different designs appeared. One has been found in Kirsiteron territory, one in Teronians, one in Rhodeshi, and one in Dromians, and one in the Saladins. They traveled a lot, and they find ways of being invited on board their target ship. A new image. 3 Shimbarian, very much in each other's space, at the hatch of what Grogeron expected was their ship on the station. They were with someone. He zoomed the image as much as he could. The shape is consistent with the Hornian, a small Kersiteron, a Dromian, a Calcarian, and an Earther. By addition, the Federation didn't consider them. They wore a garment covering them from head to toe and loose enough not to hint at the form of their body. No other images? A series appeared, tracking the person as they moved. They knew where the security sensors were. Their clothing distorts any reading other than visual. The theory is that a visual distortion would attract too much attention, while disrupting the other sensor bands is more about privacy. Every printer has recipes for clothing that will include those. Anyone on the station you can give more details about them? We're having station security ask around, but whatever they send us will be unreliable. People forget. I also sent a request to the planet for the authority to access all the tablets and retrieve the data for this time window. But educators will slow such things down. Much easier when we can go and just ask ourselves, a hunter commented. You want me to ship you there? The beta replied, we have ships I can squeeze you in and just send there. No need to bother a pilot, so I can use one of their shuttles. That that fighter ship's pilot might object to how you're using it. Gorgon commented, trying to discern something of use in the image. I know one who thinks I'm Denira Garash to mock with how well I suck him off. He'll let me do anything after a session. I guess if you won't object. Gorgon swiped the image off. What about the other stations? The ones the other victims were set off from? We've sent inquiries to all of them, but those deaths go back up to 15 years, so it's unlikely they'll have anything of help. The escape pod? The Tekaka class ship comes with 6 high velocity pod as standard. They don't have maneuverability capabilities, relying on their emergency beacon to be picked up. But with their low mass, the engine on it can bring them up to speed that rival the Bane before the generator will kick off to ensure there's enough energy for the passenger's survival. What is the range of the beacon? How would any ship catch it? There's a slowdown procedure. It's a standard mandated by the Federation. As for the beacon, it's on the instant ban. It's just about being on the right frequency, which we are. A hunter said, if it was on, we'd hear it. Why wouldn't they turn it on? Gurgen asked. They can claim to have escaped an exploding ship. By the time they are linked to what actually happened, they'll have been dropped off. How long can someone survive in it? Each pod is stocked with enough material that food can be printed to feed 6 Shimbarian for 3 months. One person has more than a year of food. A Calcarian would almost have 3 years of food if they brought their own recipe list. Shimbarians are only second to Calcitarans with their survival caloric intake. Then they have time to wait until turning the beacon on, put distance and time between them and the crime. It's a theory, but I don't think they're going to do that. The star chart returned, and with the ship in the location when the escape pod was launched, a line extended from it and eventually reached a star in Calcitaran space. Kishkarik, the beta said, the definition of unforgettable when it comes to systems. A planet plus 1 gases. One in the inhabitable band, and the location for Calcitran mining interests. A space station, although not a place I'd pick for a vacation. Bare minimum, they get deliveries twice a year, and it's all the basics. Calcitarans can be comfortable with less than us, Gagran said. Still not a place I'd want to vacation to. But if I want to be found by people who won't bother reporting it, that's the kind of place I'd aim for. They'd stand out when someone came looking for him unless they were also Calcitarans. But at the speed their pod is traveling, with how hunter ships are spaced, I wouldn't worry about anyone making the connection in time to arrive before a ship took me off the station unless gods meddled. Gargran smiled. The gods meddled. Indeed they did. On my authority, I had the pilot alter course for Kishkarik Alpha. By her estimation, we will reach the system no more than a week after the killer does, and months before there is a ship to take them away. And that concludes chapter 31 of the Engineer's Family. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on my Patreon and Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing Harker, the September 12th chapter for the oars. Adam fidgeted. Even from his point of view, he realized that. He tried to sit still and pay attention to the class, but the teacher was just repeating what the book said, and he'd read all the books. He wasn't like Hart. He didn't retain everything he read on first read or fifth or even 100th. But he could read, but he could reread the text that often in the length of one class on the phone his brother had made him. It couldn't process at his speed, nothing could, but Art had made him a phone that could process data almost 100 times faster than the current top-of-the-line computer, so long as Adam didn't ask it to do every calculations. This was able to let him read close to the speed he was comfortable with, or not so. He had a not oh This was to let him read at speed he was comfortable with, not so he had a supercomputer in his pocket. Adam was the definition of a speed reader. So, while everyone else followed along on their phones, he fought boredom. He fought hard. This meant he ended up fidgeting. He'd picked poli-sci because he figured that would engage him. He'd already traveled the world multiple times over, the world over multiple times, and he would be able to add real-world detail to the theories the professor would spew. Except there weren't any discussions happening. Why weren't there any discussion in a political science class? He didn't need this class. He so didn't need school. What company was going to employ him? Oh, he'd need to figure out work. D&D had made it clear they wouldn't let any of their children live off their wealth. They would offer every and any help they needed in setting up work, but each needed to earn their way in life. I'd have figured he'd put all those shipping companies out of business. Every time the professor paused, his neighbors glanced at him and he stilled his leg. His fingers, his hands. He slowed himself as close to their level as he could and suffered the agony. He was almost out of his seat when the bell rang, except that it had only been the hint of the first note. He sat back down, slowed himself, and mentally screamed. Art and Annie better love him for what he endured for them. They did, he knew. They expressed it regularly. He just needed to bitch about the unfairness of this school. This was a school for future heroes. Why were they preventing him from using his speed? Why did any of them have to hide what they could do? What was taking that bell so long to end? Right. He slowed himself down again. He hated this place. When it was over and people moved, he couldn't simply run. He couldn't simply run out. No. He had to exit at their speed. He had to take years to cross space that he could do in microsecond. Faster than that if he didn't have to navigate around people. Finally, outside the class, he needed to do something to distract himself from his agony. He smiled. Or he could do someone, and he knew just the right person. He found Patrick walking away from the football field, speaking with a woman. Girl, was she bi? He didn't care. He knew he was into guys. He'd seen the way he looked at him and his brothers. No straight boy looked at them with lust like that. Should he wait? Probably. Waiting was so overrated. Patrick, he called and waved enthusiastically. He called him Pat at the table that last time, and Patrick had made it clear he didn't like that. He walked in their direction. Oh, the agony. But it gave him time to consider what he should that he should okay consider that he should make a good impression. D&D regularly reminded him that no one worked at his speed, so things like social niceties were important. Who's your friend? He offered her his hand. I'm Adam, or one of Patrick's best friends. Well, he hasn't decided that yet, but I promise you he will. She chuckled. Quite the dynamo, aren't you? She shook his hand. I'm Amelia Johnson. I'm on the football team with Patrick. We have a mixed team. That is so cool. When's your next game? I have to drag my brothers to watch you play and watch Patrick. You already have a fan club. Look at you. So, as official leader of the Patrick is so hot fan club, do you mind if I take him from you? We have club things to discuss. She laughed. You take him away. I'll see you at practice tomorrow, Patrick. Now that it's just the two of us, Adam smiled. What do you think of me helping you relax after all that exercise? Slow down, Adam. Patrick said, looking around. I don't think that's overrated. I much prefer doing to thinking. He extremely slowly ran ahead over the shirt. Patrick had great muscle definition. The chuckle was nervous. I can tell. He agonizingly slowly took Adam's hand and moved them away. How was that fair? I appreciate the interest. Adam. Interesting. Why had Patrick winced? Well, he probably didn't realize he had. It hadn't been big, kick in the shin kind of wince, but at the speed Adam perceived the world, those facial muscles had been extremely obvious in their glacial movement. A quick glance, too fast for Patrick to notice, confirmed the earpiece. Was he one of those who always listened to music or the news? It was a shame he didn't have Aiden's power. He could have known what had caused the wince. He had to ask his brother to bribe him into spilling. For someone who heard everything, Aiden wasn't strong on sharing it. People deserve privacy was pure nonsense. Right, Patrick was moving him away. He should get back to that speed. But I don't think this is the place or the time. You name them and I'll be there. That's not another micro wince. I just met you the other day, Adam. I barely know anything about you. You know all the thing that matters. Such as, I'm hot? Patrick laughed. Oh, that you are. You and your brothers are definitely a set that way. But that's not enough. I just don't. He smiled. When we know each other better, okay? How long would it take him to write everything about himself down and hand him that? So the wrong question. How long would Patrick take to read it? He was going to have to do things at their speed, wouldn't he? Okay, but I have dibs. He walked off to find someone else to have sex with. This time, Anakin didn't feel the disorientation when he appeared in the classroom. He was getting used to this, just like the teleporter had said he would. An hour and a half, the man asked. Anakin didn't know his name. I'll be there. He tried to engage him in conversation, tried to find out if he had any interest in guys, but the man was depressingly professional. He was Anakin's ride to and from Pit Medical, and nothing more. Which was a shame. He was good looking. He stepped out and headed for the lunchroom. He grabbed Asian this time. He loved the selection of food Harker had. They didn't have a culinary track, but they had contracts with some great places. Instead of joining his brothers, he headed for the guy working his shoulder. Why did he keep insisting on eating alone? Or at least not with them? Patrick had a problem. Hey, handsome, he said, putting a hand on Patrick's neck and squeezing as he put his tray on the table. Why are you sitting by your lonesome? He'd pulled a muscle, which was impressive considering how dense they were, much denser than ordinary people. He also had old scars in his transverse abdominal, lineal alba, and the gastrosinus. Are you going to fix it properly? And gastrosinus, among others. He'd either been the victim of the kind of abuse that required calling the cops, or he'd gotten into way too many fights. Because I need to eat, not be molested? Patrick replied. Anakin leaned in and whispered, But we are so good at molesting hot guys. He smiled. Patrick reacted to the insinuation. He'd fix what Patrick couldn't notice, but He fixed what Patrick could notice, but he couldn't deal with the shoulder without an excuse. What's the trouble with your shoulder? Just pulled it during practice. It'll pass. Do you mind if I try something? A lot of the time, it's just about pushing the strands back into their proper place. Are you a masseuse too? He leaned in again and whispered, Why? Is there part of your body you'd like me to massage? Wow, that was a strong reaction. Patrick is going to need a while before he could stand. The swallow was loud. No, thank you. I mean, if you can do something about my shoulder, I'd be grateful. This might pinch. It would be easier if he got Patrick to take the jacket and shirt off, but he wasn't Alex and he doubted Patrick was as well. There were limits to what he'd do in public. It meant he had to keep a hand on Patrick's neck, since unlike what movies made popular, healers that required touch required skin-to-skin contact. How else would he feel and affect the body? He pressed hard on the sore spot, causing Patrick to wince, then realign the strand. He was gentler in the massaging afterward, then sat next to him. How is that? Patrick moved his shoulder. That's great. You should talk with Coach Kelly. You could definitely use someone with magic fingers like yours. Anakin put a hand on Patrick's thigh. It wasn't like he had a way to know that the erection was on this side, and squeezed. And how grateful are you for my services? With a swallow, Patrick moved his hand away. Anakin, Annie, we barely know each other. But this would be such a good way to get to know each other better. He swallowed again. I prefer getting to know someone before getting that intimate with them. That's so sweet. He chuckled. Not all that bright, but sweet. Aiden Wolf whistled at the hot bod ahead of him and pitched it so Patrick wouldn't be able to miss it was aimed at him. The oh so yummy guy with a co-pilot in his ear looked over his shoulder. Aiden, this is a surprise. For the love of God, the co-pilot said, don't screw this one up. Is it really? Patrick asked, reaching him, when I've spent my entire life looking for a man like you? Patrick, what is it with you and these guys? Just say yes already. That was interesting. The co-pilot was playing at being Aiden's wingman. He wanted to ask, but one of the responsibilities that came with hearing everything in his vicinity was respecting others' privacy, or at least giving the impression. Like Adam, he couldn't turn his power off. The best he could do was lower it, so he only heard within 20 feet instead of the entire campus. It was why his room had so much sound insulation. I doubt you've been looking for someone like me when you can have anyone you want. If that were true, I'd have you. Paul sighed. Aiden, I barely know you. Oh, I swear I'm looking for a way to wipe that phrase out of your brain. You are so lucky I can't hack your mind. Do you know what I'd give to have all those guys after me? I mean, if they were women, to have that many women after me? Why are you turning them all down? And that's important to you, Aiden asked. Yes, it is. Are you Demi? What? Demisexual, the co-pilot said. Must form a bond of familiarity before he will be interested in a partner. Oh, that was interesting. The co-pilot could hear more than Patrick. Oh, no, I'm not. Tell me about it, the co-pilot said. If you were Demi, there would at least be a method to this torture. So you aren't interested in me? Are you kidding me? A hot guy like you? I don't understand, Patrick. That makes two of us, the co-pilot said. I just prefer getting to know you first. Which I know isn't true, the co-pilot said. You have done the hookup thing and you have loved it. You don't always remember to turn the microphone off. All right. Then I hope I have the chance to get to know we have the chance to get to know each other, Patrick, because I so want to pull you into my bed and have you make me sing. Aaron made his way to the others. It felt like everyone enrolled in the underground was here. So, anyone know what this element of surprise class is about? I'd a guess, Alex said, about how to make a great entrance. That isn't surprise, Arthur grumbled. That's theatrics. How are your classes coming along? Anakin asked. I haven't seen you down here all that much. After his attempt at killing me didn't work, my instructor is still working on his next one. Aaron wasn't surprised at Art's cavalier attitude toward a test that could have killed him. He believed he could beat any challenges put before him. That hadn't stopped Aaron from calling the dads and explaining what had happened. They had, unsurprisingly, been pissed. When they called him back with an update, they told him Uncle Damien knew about it and that he would have his law firm investigate if it disqualified as a breach of the implied contract Harker had made with them regarding their safety. There's the professor, Aiden said. Aaron remembered the man from when the professor had been introduced, although he couldn't remember his name. Utterly forgettable was the best way to describe him. Welcome, student. The man greeted them in that nasal monotone. I am Professor Drunnen. I will be your professor in the art of the element of surprise. This class will consist of going over the method by which you will be able to take the upper hand on your opponent. As an example, is the plan for Harker to kill us with boredom? Alex whispered. I can feel myself falling asleep. Aaron agreed. He tried to listen. He was now describing a bank robbery in the most boring way possible, but his mind kept wandering. Like when he'd run into Patrick yesterday evening at the gym with him using the Armstrong weight machine. Patrick enjoyed that he didn't have to think about how much weight he had to put on. It adjusted by itself. It adjusted itself to give him the kind of workout he felt. Aaron agreed. He'd been surprised that it could keep up with him. They'd kept each other company while training. Then he'd suggested they share the shower, and Patrick had blushed hard and declined. Given had given him a lame excuse about not knowing each other well enough. It had been a disappointment, but Aaron was willing to put in the work and ta-da! A far too colorful person exclaimed, standing where Professor Drunnen had been. And and in that moment where, like you, they are confused as to where their trusted ally has gone, I strike and take the would-be robber down and hand them over to the police. He, she, they were tall and thin, draped in multicolored fabric that flowed as they moved. Aaron couldn't figure out where they'd come from. What were they doing here? Who are you? A woman asked. And that is a wonderful question, and a point for snapping out of the confusion before I have to do anything, any snapping. He gave a bow. They gave a bow. I am Grandstand. I am the element of surprise. I am that doubt at the back of criminals' mind that make them question if they truly trust their allies. And I am your professor. They grinned as if that was the most wonderful thing. Where's Professor Drunnen? I mean, asked. And the color swirled around Grandstand, pressing and shrinking and turning beige and white. I'm right here, the professor said in his nasal monotone, and I will be teaching you the art of staying in character for those of you who choose to advance in this class. You will learn about acting and dressing and moving and speaking. You will learn to study your target and their mannerism. You will learn to be them. Wait, another man said. Are you Professor Drunnen or that other fellow? And you will learn to pay attention. Aaron hesitatingly raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Orr. Is the class mandatory? I mean, am I going to be forced to learn all of that? The swirl of color should have come with an explosion of confetti, Aaron felt. What's the problem? A grinning Grandstand asked. Scared of a little acting? Look at me. Oh, believe me, hotness, I am. He blushed. I mean, there isn't much I can do with how I look. Really? I'm way too massive to be, well, the professor. True, so true. But wouldn't you like a challenge? No, I can't say that I do. Valid. They walked, colorful strand of fabric trailing behind them. The art of choosing who you'll impersonate includes picking someone you can impersonate. As Mr. Orr pointed out, not all of you can be someone small and meek. Even those of you who have transformation power might have limitations in what they allow. Do yours? A woman asked. That, my dear, isn't something I reveal. The less your enemy knows, the easier the surprise is. Aaron was sure there had been a burst of glitter this time. Grandstand was no longer there. Instead, an attractive woman in a suit stood there, looking at her fingers. Oh, I love this manicure. The voice was that of the previous speaker, and Aaron, as well as everyone else, tried to see what had happened to her. You look like me, she exclaimed. Oh, honey, I so much more than that. I'm keeping those, by the way. A swirl of color and Grandstand was there again, except that their hands were still that of the woman. So, none of you freak out. No, this class isn't mandatory. Many of you can't, many more won't, take part in it. The won't get to pick, the can't, I'm sorry to say, it's out of our hands. They raised them only they had a dozen arms now. But I would advise you to seriously consider how useful learning how to surprise your enemy will be in your success as a hero. Even those of you who think you have a plain, boring power can benefit from learning how to stack the deck in your favor in a fight by by a little sleight of hand or of mind or of body. People act on what they perceive, not what's there. Keep that in mind going forward. They slapped all 12 hands together and exploded in a cloud of colored dust. As it fell, it revealed a coughing Professor Drunnen. And because I have all of your undivided attention for this one class, he droned on, I will go over all the ways you can trick your opposition into underestimating you. Alex dropped into the seat next to Patrick, who stiffened. Sorry, didn't mean to surprise you. It's not that. Look, before the start class, me and my brother are having a start of the year party this Saturday. You're invited. I don't think. Come on, Patrick, it's a party. Your brother hates my guts. No, he doesn't. Art doesn't shift blame. Just get your sister to apologize. That way, your conscience will be clear. He massaged him. He massaged him the address. Officially, it starts at 5, but we'll be there starting at 2. Getting everything ready. He squeezed a thigh. Be there. Then the professor entered the classroom. Arthur looked over the work Professor Hertz had given him and smiled. He wanted him to write a treatise on the relationship between quantum entanglement and the thermodynamics and how one can be used to better control the other. It wasn't what Arthur called difficult, but at least the professor had pushed beyond the literal definition of physics for it. I mean, that potential. Arthur, someone called uncertainly. How many dwarves did the campus have? A look over his shoulder explained the uncertainty. Patrick had gone out of his way to avoid him. Some stupid thing about him thinking he held him accountable for his sister's action. Said sister, with as a side dumb smile plastered on her face. Oh, this better not be a repeat of our previous encounter. If it was, he was telling her what he thought now that now that he had more data on her. What? Patrick winced while she twirled her hair around a finger. Pamela has something to tell you. Oh, this was going to be fun. I do? Pamela, Patrick said through clenched teeth, the effort to leave it at that evident. Stop it. She looked around, vapid smile on her face. The atrium wasn't crowded. She looked at him again, the smile not improving. Pamela, Patrick warned. She took a breath and she changed. It wasn't like Grandstand the other day. It was all body language and facial expression. Confidence filled her as well as intelligence. I'm sorry for how I spoke to you the other day, Arthur. I shouldn't have allowed myself to be that careless in spite of the few brain cells I had at the moment. I figured it was an act, he stated, surprising her. What do you mean? I have you? Relax. Don't go spilling on the people who piss me off. If I did, all the corporations would be at each other's throat with all I know about them. They don't want known. Then how? She she was putting the effort. You could do the same. Pamela, I'm a fucking genius. Not that it took one to work that out. All I had to do was hack my way into your high school and look at your scores. No hairhead pulls off those scores across all our years. And because you apologize for your actions, I'm going to give you a warning. This isn't going to work here. She stiffened. What do you mean? This double act. It's not going to work here. This isn't high. This is higher education. Dumb blondes don't survive. You're going to have to decide who you are. The dumb blonde, in which case, my advice is to go home to your mother. Find a guy that's stupider than you pretend to be and, well, do whatever straight couples do. Your other option is to stop being scared of the smart woman you are. They couldn't help from smirking. Come out of that closet loud and proud and amazed your professor is here. It's not that simple. I don't give a fuck. And this is the extent of me being nice. I have things to do. Patrick, I take it this means you're going to be at the party on Saturday? You know? Please tell me you aren't pulling a dumb jock act. I've seen your scores as well. They aren't like hers, but you aren't stupid. Of course I know you've been invited. You think we don't discuss the guest list? I fucking swear everyone on this campus is an idiot. He walked off before either could attempt to protest. Albert knocked on the door. He should go to the underground counselor, but that woman gave him all kind of wrong vibes. He didn't have a power in that direction, but he thought himself to pay attention to people. He had to, if he wanted to draw them accurately. Proper representation of people went beyond the appearance and included how they stood, how they looked at things and people, and that Georgina looked at people like they were things. Come in? Even without being able to openly talk about everything in and above with an above ground counselor, at least he could trust they'd look at him like someone alive. Albert Orr? The woman asked, turning to face him. Her eyes were milky white. The cane rested at the wall against the wall at the corner of her desk. She was older. The gray in her hair, mostly out of a bottle. It was still thick, so she was preemptively graying it. Her face was wrinkled, but in the way of someone happy with her life. Yes, I'm glad you felt comfortable enough to approach us when you needed help. I'm Myrtle de Leon. I'll be your counselor unless you feel I'm not doing a good enough job of helping you. Please sit. He dropped into it. That didn't sound good. Sorry? People in a light mood rarely just fall into a chair. Do people in good moods need your help? He would be surprised. Sometimes even happy people need to talk to someone. Now, what can I help you with? I don't even know if you can. She waited him out. I've lost my art. I'm sorry, that must be hard. It's everything I am. That isn't true. You don't. He closed his mouth and right in his anger. What happened that's keeping you from drawing? Or is it writing? Visual, pencils, pens, paint, stone, clay. It's never mattered to me, although drawing and painting is what I always return to. So what happened? I don't know. You do. Why do you think that? Because if you didn't know, you'd be fighting to draw. You'd be at the easel, raging at it, cursing. You passed that stage. You worked out what caused it, and now you want help with it. He took a chance. Is what I tell you confidential? Yes, but only to the point where I believe you might be endangering others or yourself. I'm not a psychologist, but I know this can only work if you trust me with what you have to say. I'm a parahuman. My power is that I bring images to life. And someone pointed out recently that it might be literal instead of figurative. And the idea I'm killing them when I return them to the page is I haven't been able to draw since. I'm sorry to hear that, Albert. Are you willing to go into more detail about what they said and how you felt? He nodded and, making sure not to include revealing details about the professor who had brought this to his attention, told the counselor everything. And that concludes September 12th chapter for the Oars. I have to move on I've restructured how I name the chapters and I have to update that here. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it's up on my Patreon as well as my website. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I Shall wish you a good day. Okay, and with that, I got all my chapters in. Don't have a lot of time left for this stuff, but I got all my chapters in. Oh, right. Which means I need to finish with this. Okay, April 26th. It's the 3rd. Right. I wanted to check something. This is 15 by 24. This needs to be 650. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. So I will be back in about an hour, and I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. This afternoon it is chapter 13 of The Labor. It is an Alex chapter, and he's kind of not mobile. So I actually don't know what's going to happen with this chapter, which is kind of the norm at this point. Thank you very much, Angel. How are you doing? Oh, fucking no. You are not going. You are so not going to start sanitizing my text. What happened? It's telling me that I should omit this verb. That fucking is not necessary. Yeah, it is. No, it does not like the word. I will be right back. And that is my biggest concern with how pervasive these kind of apps are getting, and how AI is affecting them. Hey, Decaf, still lurking? Enjoy the lurk. Because a lot of people don't actually consider what they're suggesting. They're just doing, yep, okay, fix that. And that's a kind of sanitizing that I am very wary about. Hey, cool imp, welcome to the stream. Watching movie, you forgot how much you like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Very cool. People forget Carrie can actually act, but it's such a great story. And recently got to rewatch your favorite Will Ferrell movie. Will Ferrell, I can't stand him as an actor. Um, this I'm not saying he's bad or anything like that. I simply do not like him. I cannot stand him. I did not like Carrie until Liar Liar. Liar Liar is the movie that made me go, oh wow, Carrie can actually pull off acting. Because up until that point, I just knew him for those crazy comedy I thought were purely stupid. And then like I saw him I don't even remember how I came across Liar Liar, because it's like I said, I wasn't a Carrie fan at all. So it's not like I went looking for his movies, but I watched it and I saw him be the kind of funny I don't like. But when it fitted the movie and I saw him be serious, as I could not believe he was capable of being when the movie called for it. Like it was it showed me that he could do acting. Um, Farrell is just that kind of actor. The moment I see him in a movie, I walk away. I do. His acting rubs me the wrong way. And I'm fully cognizant that is a me thing. I also like Carrie in The Mask. I think The Mask makes great use of his comedic abilities. That's one place where I don't think. See, that's one of the few comedies where I don't think he's being stupid in it. Ace Ventura is pure stupidity, as far as I'm concerned. And like I said, until Liar Liar, Ace Ventura is the only thing I really knew Carrie for. And yeah. Um, I I think I never liked it. Um, Again, to me, it just feels stupid. It's bottom line is it's not my kind of comedy, which I am not a comedy guy. So very few outright comedies work for me. Um, on that front, English comedies will often work better for me because their dryness usually require a little more intellect, while American comedy often just go for the stupid stuff. Uh, Great. Um, uh, okay. The one comedy movie that I watched that I fell in love with is Fatal Instinct with Armin Asante. And the reason it works for me is that absolutely none of it is filmed as a comedy. The actors are serious in it. The script is serious. It's totally bunkers. Like it's one of those parody in the spirit of the Naked Gun movies. I know what Stranger Than Fiction is about, Cool, but I just can't get myself to watch it. But like I said, I'm not a comedy guy. Very few work for me, and that's just it. That's just what it is. Just that um, Farrell happens to have been in a bunch of comedies I tried that never worked. And even when he's not in a comedy, I don't like him as an actor. So, meh. Like, you will defend. That's fine. Again, like, I'm not saying it's a bad movie. That is not what I am saying. I am saying I do not like Will Ferrell. That's all I'm saying. I, the one movie I saw him in that I quite enjoyed, I did not know he was in it until the last 5 minutes of it. Because it was voice acting, because it was animated, and it's not till the last section, which is live action, that he shows up, and he's not there long enough doing. And is there being normal enough that he's tolerable for that small section? Again, we are very much on subjective subject here. Like, we will like what we like, and we won't what we won't. I will not say you are wrong, because I'm the one who doesn't like him. That's it. No more, no less than that. why is it that chapters I think are going to be minuscule end up decent length? And just about every time I think I've got meat in the outline for a good chapter, it ends up on the small side. I am going to try something. Now I'm truly annoyed. Because in the general, one of the things I went, okay, you know what? It defaults to quote unquote proper writing. And, that usually means business writing. And I can see in a business environment, that is not a word you use. But I reset it for thrillers, fiction, thrillers. And it still wants me to remove it. That is not acceptable. Hey, Yuki, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You are super. Very cool. What are you up to? You are writing. Oh, that is even better. What are you writing? Writing a story with ghosts and supernatural powers. So urban fantasy? Very cool. let's fix this one. Um, no. Ah, damn it. You're telling me you cannot do colors in here? Ugh. Okay, fine. I'm gonna do it the hard way. What? Copy that. Find the next one. Paste. There we go. You like how I put the title of the character like that so you can write without having to have a name? Always bad at remembering my character names or change them halfway. Okay. This is not how I normally do it. This is a consequence of this character having 3 distinct personalities. And the person who commissioned this story has basically a process, like basically he wants colors to be used to identify the speaker when we are in that person's point of view. So I put the name because I didn't want to deal with the coloring while I'm writing the story. So the bright green is the character Lover, is the personality that's called Lover. The dark green is the personality that's called Brute, and the middle green is Soldier. So what I am now doing is coloring all the lines, and I'm going to remove the markers once that's done. And okay, normally how I write, it's more like this. And the way I do it is that I use dialogue tags or actions. So anytime that there's dialogue, I want to make sure that it's clear who's speaking, so that the reader knows. So if like in this case it's Tristan because it's right after. This is going to be somebody else, so I use a name. Somebody else again, I use a name. Those are both dialogue tags. The other thing also is that I established that the point of view is Tristan. So when it's just he, to me, that that means it's Tristan unless I've been all over the place, at which point I'll use the name. And here I'm actually going to change that. And I'm just going to make it an action. Instead of doing a dialogue tag, I'm going to use an action. Tristan helped Kaplan stand. Most are on timers. And the reason why something like that works is that the convention is when a character is identified as the one acting, everything in that paragraph will relate to them. So then dialogue is automatically assigned to that character. Like here, could this be the reason Alex pointed up? Now, that's an action. When, honestly, especially in first draft, when in doubt, just use dialogue tag. The character said. If you have like that's all that's needed. And in further draft, as you get more comfortable with methods of identifying characters, then you switch it around. Like if there's only 2 characters and it's a back and forth, I don't bother. I will probably put an identifier every 4th or 5th line of dialogue, simply just to make sure the reader remembers. But otherwise, yeah, anytime I need to identify a character, I aim to use something like that. And like I said, this here is a special convention because of how he wants it done. Ah, damn it. That's and it's entirely possible that once I send this to him, he's gonna go, yeah, this doesn't work here, and then I'm gonna change it. Wait, what? Why did you lose the color? Huh. Okay. Not sure why. Oh, probably hit that by accident. Yeah, the whole thing has 2 chapters like that, where the person, the point of view character has multiple personalities, and I will have to use colors like this. All right. I would really like a paste format. Do we have that? Actually, we have a paste format? We might. Oh. I'm gonna have to be, but yeah, that's gonna change the entire line. When all I want is that, but it's a little easier to deal with. What are you talking? Oh, right, it's brute. I will be right back. right. Laughter erupted around Eric, kids running around him. It was sunny and warm. Anita? He looked at her. Is that still you? It is. She looked around. I don't remember the door opening. Are we still outside? Wait, are we both here or is one of us not real? I'm hoping both of us are real. I don't want to know where the other is if that isn't the case. We have no actual way of knowing what the limits are on Vivian's capability within the dream. The kids were part of the lineup of people waiting for cars. He and Anita were at the head of the lineup. The door's still there. Anita said, "We can still go inside." Might as well. Oops, come back here. He walked over the rails to the protest of the attendant, a man in white suit with thick red pinstripe. "Sorry," he called, tightening his hand on Anita's. "We're here to do the mechanical inspection." He grabbed the handle. Laughter erupted around Eric, kids running around him. It was sunny and warm. He and Anita were at the head of the lineup for Spirits of the Past. "You really should take the ride," a woman said behind them. Eric glanced over his shoulder and saw a brown mane, golden fur, and a red dress. "Vivian!" Anita exclaimed. The lioness was next in line after them, holding a cone of caramel popcorn. Anita surprised the lioness by hugging her. "I love your movies." Vivian stuttered for an instant. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed them. Without the fans, there would be no point in making them." "Why are we back here?" Eric asked, doing his best to mask his annoyance. She smiled at him and looked around. "I love this moment. The ride's about to start. There is such anticipation, so much energy. Parents here to recapture the magic of their youth, hoping their children will enjoy it as much as they did. Lovers hoping to take advantage of the darkness for a little hanky-panky. I really should have done this more when I was alive. Stood and watched them live." "That isn't what I mean." His tone was sharper than he intended. "We were heading inside to help you. Why are we back out here?" Eric, Anita chastised him. Show some respect. This is Vivian, after all. I'm sorry, I really am. But you asked for our help and we're trying to give it, so I'd like to understand why you're keeping us from going in. She studied him, popping popcorn in her mouth. Are you really interested in helping me? Or are you simply hoping to impress her? Hey, now, Anita said. Show some respect, too. Eric's my boyfriend. He has no need to impress me. Vivian raised an eyebrow, and Eric looked at Anita, too. Clearly, she didn't realize impressing her was an important part of his decision making. But this wasn't about her. You were both less than forthcoming with the help when I asked. Eric didn't reply. He took the time to force the annoyance down as he spoke calmly. Inserting yourself in my life, giving me a what might have been with my parents didn't exactly come across as asking for help. I got angry at the invasion of my privacy. I was mainly annoyed and confused that things weren't going the way I thought they should, Anita said. Didn't you think that it would be easier to just come straight out and tell us what was going on? Vivian's smile faltered. That hasn't been as successful as you'd imagine it would be. We're not the first one you've asked for help. She shook her head. I'm sorry. Anita put an arm over Eric's shoulder. I can't imagine how frustrating that must have been. One endures, Vivian said. Enjoys what's left of her career. Tries not to think of the day the cameras off. The cameras turn off permanently. You do know that's already happened, right? Eric said. The sharpness was back in his voice. Anita squeezed his shoulder. Vivian, you do know this isn't real, right? You aren't an actress anymore. You aren't alive. The lioness nodded. She patted the arriving car. On this very ride. I was close. It was a close thing, too. I was afraid that it hadn't worked. Anita gasped. Did you arrange to die here? Vivian smiled. Where else would I want to die? But surrounded by my fans, among my greatest success. You committed suicide. The shock in Anita's voice was palpable. I was dying, Vivian replied with an elegant shrug. I had days, weeks at most, so I chose my moment. Is that why you're still here? Eric asked, which earned him a quizzical expression from the lioness. I know nothing about ghosts, but Anita's research says they get stuck here because of unfinished business. Is that what you need our help with? No, it isn't. She patted the car again. Why don't you hop in? You're the next in line, after all. Eric took a calming breath. Vivian, we don't have the time for rides. You need help. We're here to give it. Tell us what's going on. Trust me, I do think this is my best creation yet. You'll see, it's very enlightening. The attendant walked by Vivian as if he didn't realize she was there and raised the security bar. He motioned for them to sit. Might as well do it, as she asks. Anita said, this is her world after all. We're not going to get out of it any faster if we argue with her. He let himself fall into the chair and regretted it. The seat was wood and it hurt. I don't like this. Feels overly complicated. I don't think dealing with ghosts is supposed to be simple. Not a ghost, Vivian said as the car jerked into motion. An actress. She twirled and was gone. Eric crossed his arm over his chest. I just wish she handed me the schematics so I could build the damn thing. He shrugged at Anita's amused expression. Figure of speech. You know what I mean. I just wish this was straightforward. I don't think anything in Tyrannus is ever straightforward. She put an arm back over his shoulder. Now, just sit back and enjoy the show. The car bumped double doors open, and they closed behind them, plunging them into darkness. The light came back up to show a car next to them. An old lioness sat in it. Beyond her was a projection of a savanna, ferals running through it. I'm going to guess this isn't how it normally goes, Eric said. The projection's accurate, but there's only one track. The lioness's attention was on the projection, her expression beatific. The projection panned slowly, then zoomed on an all-terrain vehicle. No, 4 of them. Eric realized as it continued moving closer, humans and furries in them. This is the start of the movie, Anita whispered. The panorama was for the credits. Those are the scientists on the way to the dig. There was a heat shimmer, and they were among tents, locals, among mostly furries bustling. Okay, this is way better. Last time I took the ride, it was a diaporama. Yep, diorama, with handfuls of actors. I guess Vivian is giving us the deluxe ride. I wish this was the actual ride. The scene changed to an ancient hut with someone who looked like a young Vivian working a pottery wheel. Anyway, the movie is like this, jumping from present to past as Vivian's character, Madrid, unravels the mystery of her family. There's a few scenes of violence, not long after this scene, the village gets massacred. That's during the dark times, but overall it's a drama, a touching story of a family through the ages. Scenes changed, the present, various past. Eric became captivated by what he saw. The glimpses of emotion of the characters, the arguments. He almost missed Vivian in the other car moving. Look, he said. Vivian pulled the vial from her purse and, without hesitation, drank the content. She went back to watching the projection, only to start fretting as the double doors became visible in the distance, the light seeping around them. Her agitation mounted until she calmed again, slumped, and stilled. Eric's car bumped the doors open, and he was blinded by the light. When he could see, instead of the car coming to a stop where they had begun, more tracks stretched before them. Vivian's car did stop, an older human rushing to see her. He checked her, hugged her, and pronounced her dead, wiping tears from his eyes. A heat shimmer and a funeral stretched before them. Thousands of people stood as her body was carried to a mausoleum. The line of people paying their respects stretched so far Eric couldn't see where it ended, winding through the cemetery. Flowers accumulated around, and I don't need the around. Accumulated and I see. Over and around. Okay. I'm going to read. It's over and around, not around and over. Over and around. The sarcophagus. It disappeared under them. A shimmer, and they turned into night. There was no one anymore. The flowers were still fresh, so Eric thought it was that same day. A group of 6 opened the sarcophagus and gently took her body out of it before closing it back up. That's Samuel Fulton. Anita said he built the park, was the owner until he died 2 years ago. Eric recognized the human as being among the people when Vivian exited the ride. He tried to recall his expression, but he'd been paying attention to Vivian and her doctor. This isn't desecration, he said. Too much respect for her body. There are stories her body was removed, but no one could ever get permission to open her tomb and check. Now we know they're true. Didn't they scan through the stone? It would have told them it was empty. As far as I know, they didn't. No idea why. Another shimmer, the light of the amusement park were visible in the distance, bright and joyful as a truck stopped by an apartment building. The same group exited, with Samuel taking Vivian in his arms. Do you recognize any of the others? No, I'm guessing they're employees? I doubt it. They're all older. Samuel is the youngest. And he's in his late 50s, late 40s, early 50s. Look at their face, the sadness in it. They knew her, not acquaintances. These were friends of Vivian. They entered the building. Huh. The stories say she was hidden under the spirits of the past ride, but they're nowhere near it. She pointed at the lights. That's the park. The park's over there. I guess it goes to show you can't believe everything you read online. He replied, Can you tell where this is? They walked downstairs to a basement. I'm not familiar with Harlan, and this was decades ago. A lot will have changed. Odds are this is a studio now. One of the walls had a hole in it, and that opened up to a tunnel in the stone. Other than the hole in the wall, it looked natural. Do you know anything about the cave? He asked. Don't you? I know about the stories of all the tunnels running under Tyrannus, he replied. Most natural, but some made by techers and powered. Or even normal people. The liberation was only half a century before I was born, he grinned. People still talked about it. I learned about it in history class. All the slaves that who used the tunnels to on their way to freedom. Eric nodded. I mean these tunnels. Have you heard anything about these specifically? How long have they been walking? Feels like a long time, she answered. And no, I haven't heard anything about tunnels in Harland. But I don't keep track of that. When we're out of the dream, I can check online. The people enter the cavern. In it was a wooden coffin. Before a hole was a coffin before a hole in the cave wall. There was an orange glow in it. Coming from in it, but the scene did give him a view of what was causing it. Not as impressive as the sarcophagus, Anita said. The coffin was well made. An expert had made it, but it was simple. No one to impress down here. They placed her in it, closed it, and closed it. The cover had a painting of a young Vivienne in her signature red dress. They raised the coffin and slid it into the glowing hole, blocking most of the light. They bowed their head, then headed out, but the scene remained centered on the cavern. Finding this place isn't going to be easy, Eric said. Do you think this is where the problem is? It's where a body is. Why show us that if it isn't what needs protecting? There was a heat shimmer, and they were looking at the park from the few hundred feet in the air. A fast forward of life in the park. It has to be somewhere under the park, Anita said. Vivian wanted to stay near her fans. That's only true if she had a say in what happened to her body. You saw the reverence in their face. They would have honored her wishes. Eric nodded as he watched the park expand, new rides get added, old one taken down. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell us where it is. I didn't see anything technological there, so I can't look for it. We might have to search for the opening they used and follow it into the cave. Time slowed back to normal. Signs on the Spirit of the Past indicated it was closed. The camera panned over and showed the back. Camera workers stumbling out of the building, confused, some running out scared. A young Vivian stood among them, looking smug. I think they went through what we did, Anita said, unable to silence a chuckle. A less pleasant version by their reaction. Eric tried not to be pleased, but if they were disturbing her body, he thought they deserved a nightmare. One of the men stumbled out and threw up. It wasn't like she was doing them physical harm. Another fast forward, only months, Eric guessed, as the leaves in the tree changed colors and snow covered the ground. When it slowed to normal, the workers were coming and going from the ride without any problem, to Vivian's clear frustration and confusion. Why can't she affect them anymore? Anita asked. I'm not the one to answer that. Not a ghost hunter, remember? But it might be they built a tolerance. I wish we could rewind this and study it more closely. There might be clues in the details. Vivian! Anita yelled, and Eric almost jumped out of the car. Any chance we can get control over this? Eric eyed her, swallowing his heart back down. What? She replied. It's a dream. It's her dream. She has to have control over it, right? Not over this one, it looks like. Eric pointed to a man in his late 40s wearing a brown suit, handing a ring to one of the workers who pocketed it before entering the building. What's that? A ring. I know that. There was something about it, and why put that in a pocket and not his fingers? His finger. A heat shimmer. And a woman exited the building. She took a necklace out of a breast pocket and gave it to the man. Do you know who the man is? He has the look of someone who some of those lawyers at the party you took me last month. I think he is a lawyer. I've seen him in some of the pictures. Some of the pictures of Roland during the interviews. Roland Samuel's son. He owns the park now that his father is dead. More scenes of jewelry exchanging hands back and forth in the workers as they entered, and back to the lawyer when they left. Rings, earrings, pendants, smaller stones set in ornament work. Enough looked the same. Eric thought they had been part of a large piece at one time. The thing that had been bugging him finally became clear. They all have the same yellow stones. You mean the slightly glowing stones? You think they have something to do with their immunity? Ignoring the fact they are handed them before going in, then has anything glowing on their own not have some sort of effect on the real world, or in this case, maybe Vivian's dream world? I don't have any experience with taking anything glowing other than phosphorescence. We studied that in school. You're the techer, it would be more your thing. I've seen a few things like this, mostly in Izmir, while I was crazy. The builder division accumulates all sorts of things in case one of us could make use of them. They weren't things I could use, no technology in them I could perceive, so they weren't of interest. The scene shifted, and the lawyer handed the box to a man younger, sitting behind a desk. A soft yellow glow was visible where the cover wasn't tight. That's Roland, Anita said. Roland looked in the box and nodded. He clearly knows about the jewelry. He placed the box in a safe. At a guess, they are his. Anita looked at Eric. So he gives them to the workers to protect them from Vivian. Do you think he knows about her? I don't know, but he knows something's affecting his workers, and he took steps to stop it. The question is, how did he know those pieces of jewelry would be do the trick? Another shimmer, and they were somewhere in the park that looked familiar, but Eric there didn't recognize. A man, a thin tiger, reached to pull the restroom door open and staggered through, disoriented, scared. More scenes with similar result, men and women, human and furries, each opening a door and stumbling through in various states of confusion and fear. I'm guessing this is her trying to get help, Anita said. She implied she tried just asking. If that was the result, I can see why she changed tactics. A gyrus staggered out of her ride, looking haggard and terrified. I know this guy, Anita exclaimed. He did an interview about having been transported to another place, having had to do tasks for some unknown master. Eric looked at her, and no one took him seriously. Heat stroke, they said. Alcohol, drugs. She's trying things, different ways to indicate she needs help. A few more scenes with other people looking sick and terrified. I wonder why I didn't hear about any of those, Mita said. Would you talk about your experience after the way the first guy was treated? But more of them would give it validity, except that because none of them talk, they think they're the only ones to whom it's happening. Their reactions are getting worse. She's getting desperate. Whatever she's afraid of, it's getting closer. The workers finding her coffin? He thought about it. There has to be more to it than that. What can they do if they find her? Tell people? Her remains will be identified, and she gets placed back in her tomb. That won't change anything for her being dead. Something nagged at him. A detail he was forgetting. Eric watched himself, and then he reach for the handle to the haunted house ride and stumbled into the darkness. I think we're reaching the end, Anita said, as the two of them walked through the darkened corridor. With only Eric's flashlight to see the way, they stopped by the door, hesitated, and reached for it. Alrighty, let's see who's online. Yep, done. Alright, we're gonna raid Dark and Fey today. Alrighty, thank you very much everyone for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Engineers Family. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll see you when